I'm about to watch a video.
To watch neo-Nazis run off with their tail tucked between their legs, and it's all on camera. I can scrub through this video right now, but you see these neo-Nazis. They say something in this clip like, "We're not cowards, we're not scared," and then we have multiple angles of the residents of a local black community coming up, confronting the neo-Nazis, burning their flags, slashing their tires, all absolutely justified, by the way, and we have a few different angles of it. Now, I want to play these videos and break down the situation, but I do have to warn you, the language is absolutely wild. The neo-Nazis use a lot of racial slurs. A lot. They speak exactly like fucking neo-Nazis. So, let's dig in. There's obviously upsetting language, but make sure you drop a like and subscribe. And before we play this first clip, I just want to run you guys down exactly what happened. So, the residents of a historic black community near Cincinnati confront white supremacist demonstrators months after a neo-Nazi march. And I wasn't joking. We have about 5 to 6 different angles of this happening, all really interesting, and even some Facebook live streams that we're going to go through, but we'll get to that. Local residents confronted and drove off neo-Nazi demonstrators waving large swastika emblazoned flags along a highway overpass on Friday between Lincoln Heights and Evandale, Ohio, home to a historically black community that has endured a long history of racism.
White national groups in Ohio have recently grown increasingly brazen in expressing hateful rhetoric and racist ideologies. Last November, hate club. There is a hate club nowadays. Okay, that's something new. Club, a newly formed white supremacist organization, paraded through a Columbus neighborhood, waving swastika flag, and shouting racist slurs. About a dozen neo-Nazis wearing all black clothing and red face masks. The marchers in Columbus also were seen in traffic cameras waving the swastika flags. They had also pinned red swastika banners on the fence of the overpass and a sign reading "America for the White Man." According to photos shared with CNN, swastikas are swastikas are a notorious symbols of hate, Semitism, whatever that is, anti-Semitism, and white supremacy, tracing to the murderous legacy of German Nazi parties and Holocaust. In footage documented by CNN affiliate WLWT, whatever that is, people can be seen walking up to the demonstrators as police officers stood in between them. Moment within confronting them, the neo-Nazis quickly backed up, jumped into a U-Haul box truck, and left the scene. Law enforcement officials at the scene can also be seen ushering the demonstrators into the U-Haul. Okay. Law enforcement officials at the scene can also be seen ushering the demonstrators into the U-Haul truck and waving at them to go. Okay. So basically, the police are in on this. The police allow this to happen.
White nationalist groups in Ohio have recently grown increasingly brazen in expressing hateful rhetoric and racist ideologies. Last November, Hate Club, a newly formed white supremacist organization, their name is just Hate Club? Why is that so on the nose? Paraded through a Columbus neighborhood waving a swastika flag and shouting racial slurs. And I've read a lot of articles on this show talking about how militias, right-wing militias, will likely see a renaissance during the second Trump term for a few reasons. Number one, they feel uniquely emboldened after taking an electoral win. But number two, the President of the United States helps them feel emboldened. We can go back a few years ago when he said, "Stand back and stand by," but what about 2 weeks ago when he blanket pardoned 1,500 January 6ers. And by the way, like 5 to 6 of them are either back in jail or dead now. But when you pardon people for committing crimes against the government, against police officers, for being incredibly hateful, it gives them the message, hey, if you commit a crime for me, then you can get away with it. But let's watch some of these videos. Let's start off with a really funny one. Now, there's obviously a lot of slurs in this video, but it's a black dude sitting in his truck, not a care in the world, while neo-Nazis scream at him. He's just a really chill dude. Watch.
What's up, nigga? You ever see a gun, bitch? You see that gun? Fight for power. You're going to jail, bitch. Fucking nigga. Fucking nigga. You fucking nigga. You pull a gun. Hey. Yeah.
There is no way these people are such cowards. At the end, they scream, he has a gun, be careful, like he's not the chillest dude ever. And listen,
You pull a gun.
he's got a gun because there's 15 neo-Nazis surrounding him. Watch this one more time. And again, sorry about the slurs, but I do like the fact that the guy is just jamming out to fight the power. Fight the power.
You see that gun? Fight for power. You're going to jail, bitch.
Not a care in the world at all. This dude is unbothered. And keep in mind, it's ironic because the dudes in these right-wing militias will fight to the death for their right to walk around in a quiet neighborhood or walk on an overpass with an automatic or semi-automatic rifle.
You know, I have to
These
show
dudes are
you. I have to
always
show you
carrying
this. I have to
rifles
show
by
you
their
this.
side.
I'm
The
against
second
this. I'm against this. I'm against this. I'm against this. I am against this. And this is not intended for, you know, a younger audience. I have to be very honest. So if you have to sleep, better go to sleep. You know, this is not for you. Sorry.
Now, there's obviously a lot of slurs in this video, but it's a black dude sitting in his truck, not a care in the world, while neo-Nazis scream at him. He's just a really chill dude. Watch.
What's up, nigga? You ever see a gun, bitch? You see that gun? Fight for power. You're going to jail, bitch. Fucking nigga. Fucking nigga. You fucking nigga. You pull a gun. Hey. Yeah.
There is no way these people are such cowards. At the end, they scream, he has a gun, be careful, like he's not the chillest dude ever. And listen,
You pull a gun.
he's got a gun because there's 15 neo-Nazis surrounding him. Watch this one more time. And again, sorry about the slurs, but I do like the fact that the guy is just jamming out to fight the power. Fight the power.
You see that gun? Fight for power. You're going to jail, bitch.
Not a care in the world at all. This dude is unbothered. And keep in mind, it's ironic because the dudes in these right-wing militias will fight to the death for their right to walk around a quiet neighborhood or walk on an overpass with an automatic or semi-automatic rifle. These dudes are always carrying rifles by their side, but the second a black American wants to have a gun, they freak the hell out, and all of a sudden they're running off. And just wait. It gets a lot funnier. Not that this is funny.
It is
You
funny.
know,
It is
being
funny. It
Nazis.
is
I'm just
funny.
saying, the end result is hilarious because again, all of their flags get snatched. Let's watch this. This is F Around Find Out, a series of events.
He's gonna give us an escort to Freddie's car. And he's gonna let the
Look at all the niggers coming around. I think we got problems, kid.
That's what I was concerned. I was like, you guys are in the truck, and my little ass is gonna be walking by all the niggers. And they call us cowards, but we're out here.
Just wait. He said, they called us cowards, but we're out here. Just wait a minute. Here you see the fight breaking out. Looks like a CCTV footage. You can tell this little mob of people wearing black. Those are the neo-Nazis. They were all in black outfits. And then the people over here wearing different colors, that's the local black community. End result.
That's the end result. Where are your flags now? Messed up, man. It's all hate. I don't like hate. I don't like crimes. I don't like bullshit.
Goddamn right. There are a few more clips I want to play. This one is titled, A Group of Neo-Nazis Tried to Have a March in Cincinnati, and the foundational black American community pulled up in droves and ran them off the block. The white supremacists had their flags taken and burned, and the community found their vehicles and smashed them up. We've got a few more clips to play. Here is the CCTV footage in full. Okay, you can see all the dudes wearing black. Again, like I said, all the dudes wearing black, neo-Nazis, neo-Nazi dudes. And then, oh no, there's cops. There's cops protecting them. I didn't realize that the first time, but you can see the cops protecting them. And then, a group of people right here walk up, slowly walk up. You can see the confrontation happening. I'm trying to zoom in a bit for you guys. This is the local community right here. This is the local community. Boom. Oh, here's the actual confrontation happening. And look it. The neo-Nazi fucks are the one folding. They're the ones folding. They're the ones walking back. They're retreating. They even get back in. Why are they always in U-Hauls? Why are they always crammed in the back of U-Hauls? Watch. They start to run back in the U-Hauls. And the reality is, I know these people put on masks and act tough, but they are all absolute losers. They are the softest losers ever. The U-Haul driving off. I don't know, it looks like the black community won right there.
Burn that bitch up. Burn that bitch up, man. Burn that bitch up. Let that bitch burn. That's what I'm talking about. I'm out. Still nigga hate since all 15 shit. Purple, man. Get the boys the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck y'all flag. Hitler been dead. Y'all living in the 40s.
Y'all living in the 40s. True. These are taken from Facebook live streams. Oh, this is them walking up. This is the moment the confrontation happens.
We got these punk ass Nazis out here, y'all. In the zone.
I'm on my way to DJ, man. I done came.
In the zone.
They lost their goddamn mind.
They want to die today.
Fuck these bitch ass motherfuckers.
So you tell them what's up.
What's up with it?
Sorry to pause it, but I always make this point on this show that when all of our institutions begin to fail, when Elon Musk starts his hostile takeover and we're worried that the courts won't hold, it comes down to individuals to hold the line. And the thing is, if this neo-Nazi group, what are they called? Hateful? Like we're hateful? It's like something really dumb. When they're out there and they're able to spread hate and spread their message with zero pushback, it's harmful to the fabric of our society. But when people on an individual or group level go push back, when small groups push back, that is what democracy looks like. In the same way that I always use this example, Jerome Powell is asked basically every week, will you step down when Trump begins to pressure you, the chair of the Fed? And he always says, nope, Trump can't do that. There is no legal mechanism. There is no court that can make me step down. So Jerome Powell, even if you don't like him, he's a good example of holding the line at the individual level. There are a bunch of federal employees right now, a bunch, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of federal employees who decided to dig their heels in and stay rather than taking the buyout because they think that they can hold the line, and they can't. It is a great way to preserve our democracy. That being said, let's watch it.
They can die today.
Someone said, I love my head.
We don't want them at
They can die today. They done came to the wrong hood with that shit.
They can die today.
What's up?
Here's where they actually, the two groups clash. I can't believe, I mean, I can believe it, but why are the cops trying to push back the local residents? Why are the local residents being pushed back by the cops and the neo-Nazis are being protected? We don't actually have to answer that.
Yeah, I thought that was crazy too. It's like the ones that are inciting the situation, they are
Raising
supposed
the
to,
cops.
they are protected.
I bet they won't bring their ass here no
Oh
more.
shit.
That
Oh
ball is
shit.
prison ground.
Oh shit.
They said California, that's the tags on it.
What the fuck? They came all the way from California to.
So you got the wrong hood for this one.
Ooh, all the tires are deflated. And again, the local cops were protecting the neo-Nazis and trying to push away the local residents, even though the Nazis were from California. And listen, I'm not one to ever say the cops are pigs. I just don't really talk like that about cops. But I mean, look at this motherfucker. Look at this guy. He makes it too easy.
How you doing? So everybody coming out. They ain't letting them get to the car. How you doing? This is crazy. This is crazy. They came to the wrong hood for this shit. This is crazy. This is crazy. We got kids that coming from school. This is crazy.
She said we've got kids that are coming from school.
Well, I called Evendale. I called Evendale. This is crazy. So since
Someone said they found out today.
this is crazy. So Cincinnati police here. I think the other cars.
Those are all the clips I have. Those are the clips I have on
Yeah.
Facebook Live. But again, the broad picture, before we end this video, is that the right-wing militias, the neo-Nazis, they feel emboldened. They saw Trump pull the Charlottesville people, very fine people on both sides. They saw stand back and stand by. And finally, they watched Trump pardon the January 6 rioters, people who attacked police officers, who tried to overturn an election, and they feel emboldened to act on their worst, most racist instincts. And that kind of backing from the president sends a clear message. If you commit violence for Trump's cause, if you commit violence for a right-wing cause, you might just get away with it. And keep in mind, the rise of far-right extremism in America follows a deep historical pattern. In the Civil Rights era, it was the KKK and the White Citizens Council, if you remember that, often acting with implicit government approval. So the government would implicitly approve them, but not outright say it. Even as recently as the 90s, you can read about certain militias growing in power, often fueled by conspiracy theories about the federal government. Now, it's the Proud Boys, it's the neo-Nazis, it's the Oath Keepers, whatever you want to call them, the J6ers. These people are growing more and more brave or emboldened. Brave is probably not the right term because they're cowards, but they feel emboldened to go out there and do this stuff in the first place. Part of it is intimidation, part of it is just pure, unadulterated racism, but remember, these people are absolute cowards, and this shows that. I'll leave
Losers.
Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you subscribe. I keep getting comments like this. Hey Adam, I thought I was subscribed, but it turns out I was. All of you, see you next one.
Dope for the content, man. Just dope content. But yeah, as you can see, that's how you fight back. That's how you fight back. That's how you show up. That's how you show them. That's how you show them that you certain things that you are, you know what I mean? You don't stand by it. You are unwilling to get pushed around each and every time, but what they're doing.
Aan de lijn was goed, maar het kan droger. Kies dus voor een droge abonnement.
They like
Dat is een
enticing
superzuinige droger
situation.
voor een vast bedrag per maand.
I thought it was necessary to pull this video so that I can learn this.
Door een glimlach.
I'm learning.
Benieuwd hoe we jou kunnen helpen met een persoonlijk energieadvies? Ga naar essent.nl/advies gaan regelen, jongens.
Could you talk about your tweet? Are you going to leave the U.S. or are you staying here? I'm just asking. You just tweeted it out. Why are you all so anxious for me to leave? I pay more than you. I won't say that part. Him too.
Everybody keeps saying I said I was leaving. I was doing a Jimmy Kimmel sketch. I was portraying a magic 8 ball. You remember that? Did you see that?
I did see it. I'm just asking the question to clear it up. We'll clear it up.
You could have cleared it up by being a smart journalist yourself and saying, you know that was the Jimmy Kimmel skit, right?
Guess how many times Trump misspelled Samuel in his rage tweets after getting roasted? Hint, it's more than his golf score on a bad day. Stick around for Trump's spelling bee fail and Samuel Jackson's mic drop moment that sent the internet into a frenzy. Quick favor, if you're loving this, hit that subscribe button. Over 92% of viewers haven't yet. It's free, takes a second, and means the world to us. Thanks if you did. Now back to the show. Samuel L. Jackson just took Donald Trump to school on national TV, and it was glorious. The legendary actor appeared on a late-night gig, and when the host casually mentioned Trump, you could see the mischievous glint in Jackson's eyes. He paused, built the tension like only a Hollywood icon can, then boom, unleashed zingers so sharp they'd make even Jules from Pulp Fiction proud. Imagine this, Trump sitting in Mar-a-Lago with his gold-plated phone, reading every word, and probably rewatching his own tweets to check if he spelled genius right. Meanwhile, Jackson was dropping truth bombs faster than Trump could type all caps rants. As the laughter dies down, let's reflect. In today's political circus, sometimes the best comedy comes from real-life legends like Samuel L. Jackson, proving that wit beats bluster every time. Stay tuned, folks, because if there's one thing we know, it's that Trump won't stop until he tries to trademark
Let me
zinger.
ask you about Donald Trump. You are in a feud with Donald Trump right now. Do you know this?
No, I don't.
But this is very exciting.
Oh,
For
really?
me, because he doesn't like me either, and so anytime
okay.
there's somebody new he doesn't like, I feel a fraternity, a brotherhood with him.
Yeah, and I had my assistant call and tell him that I don't really belong to that club and I haven't been there in 3 years. And they go, well, you are a member and here's your member number. Okay, so we're having beef?
You're having beef because I guess you said in an interview that you were a better golfer than him, and then you told a story. Is this true? That he signed you up for one of your golf clubs and didn't tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jackson compared Trump's presidency to a bad movie plot, saying, you know, those straight-to-DVD films where the villain is so ridiculous you can't believe anyone would fall for their schemes. Yeah, that was the Trump administration, but unfortunately, it was real life. The audience went wild, and you could practically hear the sound of millions of phones across America firing up to share clips on social media. But Samuel was just warming up. He dropped the mic with a final jab about Trump's infamous, very stable genius claim. Trump calling himself a stable genius is like me calling myself a world-class ballerina. Just because you say it doesn't make it true. The only thing stable about Trump is his ability to consistently make bad decisions.
But
Consistently.
I did. Somebody did send me something today that said Trump said he didn't know me.
He said he didn't know you. I actually have his
Oh, let me
tweet
see
right
the
here.
tweet.
This is very exciting. He's with exposure. He thinks it's very careful to just barely be on TV.
Barely get yourself out there.
But is that true? You say, you claim right here you have met him.
Yeah, I've met him a lot.
You've played golf with him.
I played golf with him.
I don't know Samuel L. Jackson, to the best of my knowledge, haven't played golf with him, and think he does too many TV commercials. Boring, not a fan.
Not a bad thing.
Now its host was struggling to contain his laughter, gasping for air between giggles, as he asked Jackson how he came up with these burns. Cool as a cucumber, Samuel explained. It's easy when the material writes itself. Trump's like a walking, talking punchline factory. I just collect the goods and deliver them with style. Now you might be wondering, what exactly did Samuel Jackson say that made Trump so angry? Well, buckle up, Buttercup, because we're about to dive into the juicy details that sent the Orange Menace into a Twitter tailspin. Jackson, in his signature no-nonsense style, went straight for Trump's ego. He said, you know, I've played some pretty despicable characters in my time, but none of them come close to the real-life villain we had in the White House. At least my characters had some redeeming qualities, like basic reading
He
comprehension.
used to call me. I have another person that can verify that he knows me. He called me one day. I was here in New York.
Shit. Crazy. The view stops at 444. 444. Now I look at my surrounding and I'm like, it's a message. It's a universal message. I don't know what full message it's trying to show me. But I'm having a message.
And we always call him Samuel L. Ladon. Who? Ladon.
I got bad news for you. The one person that might not back you up right now in this story is Bill Clinton, because I don't know if he's going to want to say a story that he was golfing with Donald Trump either.
He didn't golf that day.
He didn't golf that
He
day.
did not golf that
So
day.
who you end up golfing with?
With Mr. Clinton. Okay, so we're having beef?
You're having beef because I guess you said in an interview that you were a better golfer than him, and then you told a story. Is this true that he signed you up for one of your golf clubs and didn't tell you?
Yeah. And when I got there, it was President Clinton,
Really?
who could also verify that Donald knows me.
Well, here's the bummer.
And Don did show up, and he took Bill in and bought him a jacket and gave me nothing.
That's gotta sting for a guy whose relationship with spelling and grammar is about as creative as his tax returns. But Samuel wasn't done yet. He compared Trump's leadership skills to a toddler trying to pilot a jumbo jet. It's all fun and games, Jackson quipped, until you realize the plane's actually in the air and headed straight for a mountain. Oof. The audience was loving it, cheering like they were at a championship game.
Oh, shit.
Jackson kept going, throwing in a zinger about Trump's hair. I've seen more convincing wigs in high school theater production. At least those
Oh,
kids admit they're playing make believe. But the real
Oh
knockout
shit!
punch.
Just this on Trump's haircut. Okay, I've seen more. No, I gotta pray this back, man. Why people keep taunting on this man?
About as creative as his tax returns. But Samuel wasn't done yet. He compared Trump's leadership skills to a toddler trying to pilot a jumbo jet. It's all fun and games, Jackson quipped, until you realize the plane's actually in the air and headed straight for a mountain. Oof. The audience was loving it, cheering like they were at a championship game. Jackson kept going, throwing in a zinger about Trump's hair. I've seen more convincing wigs in high school theater production.
That is
At least
very-
those kids admit they're playing
That's so
make-believe.
cruel.
But the real knockout punch? When Jackson looked straight into the camera and said, Trump, if you're watching this, and let's face it, you probably are because you've got nothing better to do. Remember this, real leaders don't need to tell everyone how great they are. They show it through their actions.
That's true.
And buddy, your actions speak louder than your tweets. Cue collective oozed from coast to coast. The studio erupted in applause, and Jackson delivered the entire roast with the calm, collected cool that only he can pull off. It was pure art. Meanwhile, Trump, full meltdown mode, faster than you can say kafefe. Picture him sitting on his golden toilet throne, tiny fingers furiously typing out all caps rants while his spell check takes an extended vacation. His first tweet, Samuel Jackson is a no-talent hack who couldn't even act in a B-movie. Side note, has Trump ever watched Pulp Fiction? Twitter exploded with memes faster than Trump could type fake news. One showed Jackson holding a dictionary instead of a gun, captioned, English motherfucker. Do you speak it? Another had Trump in a spelling bee competition, looking
English
utterly
motherfucker.
confused. Of course,
English
Trump tried to
motherfucker?
fight back, claiming
Do
he'd
you
never
speak
seen a
it?
Samuel L. Jackson movie. Sad, he declared, to which the internet responded, Trump says he's never seen a Samuel L. Jackson movie.
No.
Next, he'll claim he's never eaten a Big Mac
Yeah,
or
that's why he
sent a
shouts at each
typo-ridden
other.
tweet. In true Trump fashion, he ended his rant by firing off a classic Apprentice line, Samuel Jackson, you're fired. Cue laughter from everyone who knows Jackson doesn't work for him and will likely still be working long after Trump's reality show presidency ends. In the end, it was clear. Jackson came armed with wit.
Maak een onvergetelijke reis naar het hart van de wereldwonderen in Paradise. De beste
Charm and decades of Hollywood cred. Trump brought, well, himself. And we all know how that turned out. Classic Trump yelling into the void while the rest of us enjoy the show.
About a little kerfuffle that you and Donald Trump were in. I just wanted to know, are you surprised that this has become a thing in the press?
Is it a thing in the press?
Why do you keep saying,
don't care.
You really don't give a fuck.
Whatever he has to say, he has to say. You know, it's one of those interesting things that he called me one day to play golf, not to play with him, but to play with a friend of his. No, it's not. Tell me it's not. I mean, really? I mean, out of all the things that need to be dealt with presidentially, he's worried about me saying that he cheats at golf? Or, that he doesn't really know me? Is that what the deal is?
It's like watching a toddler throw a tantrum, but instead of toys, Trump's throwing tweets. Picture this. Trump's sitting on his golden toilet throne, probably munching on a Big Mac when he sees Samuel L. Jackson's roast trending. His tiny fingers start twitching, and before you know it, he's rage tweeting like there's no tomorrow. But here's the
I swear to
kicker.
God.
While his thumbs are working overtime,
Politics
his
are
spell check
becoming
is
way more
MIA.
fun than
First tweet out,
ever.
Samoa Jackson is a no-good loser. Oops. Twitter explodes with grammar jokes faster than you can say "kafef." One user quips, Trump's spelling skills are about as accurate as his claims of election fraud. Not to be outdone, Trump pivots to Jackson's golf game. Except he misspells golf as golf. At this point, it's clear he's aiming for the world record in most misspellings during a Twitter rant. Meanwhile, Samuel L. Jackson is likely sipping a cool drink somewhere, not giving a single what you know. It's David versus Goliath, except David's got sick burns, and Goliath can't even spell his own name. Jackson didn't just roast Trump, he deep-fried him with extra crispy seasoning. He compared Trump's presidency to snakes on a plane too, snakes in the White House, with better hair. Then came the pièce de resistance, channeling Jules Winfield from Pulp Fiction. Jackson deadpanned, "I've had it with these mother percentin' snakes in this mother percentin' White House." The crowd went wild. Twitter lit up with memes faster than Trump could type all caps rants. One showed Trump at a spelling bee, looking utterly confused. Another had Jackson holding a dictionary instead of a gun, captioned, "English, mother percent of one. Do you speak it?" As Trump flailed, trying to fire Jackson via tweet, the internet roasted him right back. Trump says he's never seen a Samuel L. Jackson movie, one user joked. Next, he'll claim he's never eaten a Big Mac or sent a typo-ridden tweet. And let's not forget Trump's crowning achievement, challenging Jackson to a golf match, because nothing screams confidence like a guy who cheats at golf offering to prove his superiority. Twitter responded swiftly, "Trump versus Samuel L. Jackson on the golf course? I'd pay good money to see Jackson yell month of percentia mid-swing." In the end, Trump's meltdown only proved what we already knew. For all his bluster, his ego is thinner than rice paper. But hey, props to him for spelling his own name correctly. Baby steps. So here we are, Jackson sipping drinks, Trump typing furiously, and the rest of us laughing so hard our abs hurt. Who needs reality TV when you've got this?
YouTube's darkest channels, 7.
Oh shit. Let's go, man.
Well,
Dante.
here we go.
I'll tell you what we're going to do today, man.
YouTube darkest channel.
Nice guy must
On a Monday.
Nice guy must die. Nice guy must die.
What?
Nice guy must die.
This is my house from the street.
My bad.
Here's my car.
Little vlog, okay.
This is a 2-bedroom brick ranch, conveniently located.
It's the final day of February 2008. A 47-year-old man living in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, named George Sedini, publishes his very first video to YouTube under the channel MOS B46 PGH.
I paid $79,000 for this in 1996. That's considered a lot. Believe it or not.
The upload, titled How George Pittsburgh Lives, was almost like an old-school house tour of sorts, as George proudly displays the outside of his home before then doing the same inside.
Open it up. Oh, someone left it unlocked. That's not good. Inside, okay. Hand to the other side.
Seemingly making a point of mentioning every minute feature in the otherwise dim and empty home.
Here's my big screen TV. It's my computer, couch and chairs, match, my dining room set, shoebox. Plot twist, it's not even his house.
It's not his house.
Strange video, or Sedini's channel in general, back in 2008, it would likely come off as entirely uninteresting and far from anything disturbing. However, to those who find it today, this couldn't be more different. As the account carries with it a layer of disturbing context due to the events that transpired after this first video was published. Events that have since transformed the MOS B46 PGH page
I love how he
into
tells
one of
it.
YouTube's darkest
People
channel.
I
are
love
like,
how he tells his
this creeps
story,
me out
bro.
a bit.
He's so good at like reeling you in and
240p.
then like hitting you with the
Bad
with
things.
the, you know,
W bad things.
the twist.
What enhancement?
Shit. And his music, his audio and shit.
This video is, by the way, very long. At least an hour. No, 37. 37 minutes.
I'm sure most of you guys have heard about the TikTok ban at this point. And honestly, there's something about it that's been bothering me. You or I could do a simple Google search, and in a matter of seconds, put a speaker your host.
I'm not
Then find a
immersed.
dark
I'm
zone.
not immersed. I'm not. TikTok is already back, by the way.
2 bedrooms. To the right is my bedroom.
Without any context, it's hard to know what the purpose of George Sidini's first video was,
He just
if it
showed
even had one at all.
he just
The
showed the
entire
crib.
thing just felt so random. But within the footage itself was one clue that hints at the fact that George actually had a very specific reason for uploading this, with that clue coming in the form of a book on his coffee table.
Okay, come over here. There's some reading material that we're all familiar with.
It was called How to Date Young Women for Men Over 35, which was about as creepy as it sounded.
How to date young women?
There's a 51-year-old
The
bachelor
fuck?
who says if you're a single woman over 30, you're a dating has-been. Please meet every woman's
Damn.
dream, Don Steele.
Its author, Don Steele, had made a living as a dating counselor and life coach, creating various books and programs that were geared towards socially awkward men, exploiting them with the promise that someday they'll be able to get the younger girl of their dreams, even after they reached middle adulthood, and all that they had to do was pay for his course, pay for the book, and dedicate themselves to becoming more desirable.
Gotcha.
And George Sidini was the perfect target. Despite having a successful career as a systems analyst at a law firm, he struggled to maintain any relationships with the women that he met. It had been well over a decade since he last had a girlfriend,
Jesus.
and despite desperately
Look
wanting
at
one,
you, dude.
George just seemed to lack the ability to connect with women on any level, even as just friends. And as his isolation began
Pat,
to
man, I
grow,
appreciate you.
Nigga, you ugly as fuck.
so too did his obsession
Chill.
with finding a
Chill.
girlfriend. George had nearly given up these pursuits too, until he was introduced to Don Steele's course, viewing the program as his last real shot at human connection, obsessively reading the book to the point that he was supposedly able to recite passages by memory
Nah,
alone.
El
On top of
Bozo.
this, he would also attend many of his
People
supposed
are
gurus'
cooking,
in-person
bro.
seminars,
Like,
with some
chat
of his
can
visits
be
even being
amazing,
captured on camera and later
but
posted on Don
sometimes chat
Steele's
can be
YouTube channel.
hateful.
It used to be down here. It's called a cod piece. And it's gradually over the years moved up here. So it's red like an erect you-know-what.
And it was in these courses where George was subjected to all sorts of bizarre and unsettling ideology.
Turn around here, look at me, and I'm going to tell you what we're going to do today more than anything else. We're going to do this. Nice guy must die.
But despite agreeing with this man wholeheartedly and following all of his work, George was still making very little progress, which was evident by the footage of him attending these seminars, as he appears incredibly nervous and kept mainly to himself. And so, recognizing that George had much to improve on, he was given an assignment by one of his instructors.
Find
He
a
was
girl.
told to film a video of his house, so that the instructors and everyone else in the class could see if he was really making himself and his environment desirable enough to any woman who might come over.
Damn, you had to share this shit with the class?
Oh my god. Somebody say OVO mental wins. We all know why that person said that. We all know why that person said that. Say, the book is about how to date young women. The man who wrote the book is at least 65. And some random person, Walter Z Legacy, say OVO mental wins. That's fucking screwed up, man. Hey, nice guy must die. If people are willing to change by, basically killing your character that way, say nice guy must die. It's scary.
Okay, couch and chair, they match. The woman will really be impressed.
Knowing this, the footage feels so much lonelier, as it was almost like he was trying to sell his way of living as being good enough for a partner that he was really no closer to finding. There's something so depressing about it. And this wasn't his only video.
It is easy for me to hide from my emotions for one more day. Take a long drive in the car.
Bro's just lonely, bro. Bro's just a chatter. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Stop. I'm joking.
Listen to some music, daydream, or just do some mundane task around the house that really doesn't need to be done. That's not too important. And there you go, one more day. And one more day turns into one more year.
Months later, on June 23rd, 2008, George would return with an upload he had filmed inside of his basement.
Nice beard.
And in it, we get more insight on just how severe his isolation had become, though he still held on to a sliver of optimism.
Guess what? Oh shit, never mind. I was about to make a point, but that literally would not help me. I was about to say he don't have a beard and he still don't get no bitches, but that was that wasn't the argument.
Thanks to Don Steele's chorus.
Now, RDS says that I have approximately maybe 15 more years to be successful at this.
15?
And when I heard that, I wanted to continue immediately to start moving on this. I didn't realize I had that much time. So my objective is to be real and to learn to be emotional and to be able to emotionally connect with people.
Before he eventually...
I low-key feel bad for him, bro. He seemed like he don't got it all up there in the head.
In 15 years, you know, sometimes adulation of anything can scare people. Let's say you are about to do a study and they tell you in 4 years you have to finish this study. Now you're thinking about all your time, all those years that you are about to do a study. It can scare you as a person. It can be very, it can eat you up inside. A duration of anything can be scary for people. I know this. That's why I feel like when somebody is presenting you a certain thing, like just go with it. Don't care about the time that you're spending to get to that destination. Even if you don't get to that, your goal, your objective, and be yourself. Don't lose the character. Don't lose you. I feel like most people are losing themselves when they do.
Find a younger woman.
Because when I'm 10 to 20 years older,
and I never thought that it was necessary for me to, I don't know. I never felt it was necessary for me to do what this guy is doing. He has problem with speaking to females, so he would raise on younger females. That's crazy. Like GG's. But you're doing it by getting a seminar from an older guy who's doing wicked shit, who wrote a book how to raise these younger females. I'm like, brother, I never read that book and I'm not gonna do it. It's exactly those kind of books that I say I'm good. Because there is something called laws of attractions. It's very similar, but laws of attraction is way better. But sometimes all these people who are writing these wicked books feels like they are implying things that they read from laws of attraction, and they create something totally different of their own, and it seems almost similar to laws of attraction, but actually is messing up a person's mind, and a person end up doing more wicked things in the near future.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, there's no way
that you're actually a girl. Dante, I want a beard like you. I'm a girl, by the way, 6'3". Yeah. You know what's crazy? The only people who troll and say stupid stuff like that in streams are always boys. It's always boys, bruh. Always little boys.
Than she is, you know, she has to feel good about this thing.
Ending the video with hints of an uncertain future.
I'm going to post this and see what comes back.
What the fuck? My beard is on Ozempic?
He would never upload again. And soon after, it appears George gave up trying, essentially accepting his life of loneliness. But while this would be the last video made to his channel, he wouldn't leave the internet entirely.
I just can't wait to pop
Soon
out.
after this final video was posted.
Wait till I pop out with a beard, bro. Like, y'all not even gonna see the process. Once that shit start coming in, I'm gonna start wearing like masks like this, and then that shit just gonna be like, it's gonna be a day where I just take it off and be like, oh yeah, by the way, community note, cap. Okay.
A website was launched called GeorgeSedini.com, which served as a place for George.
Lonely, just go to a bar or something. There are plenty girls there. You just need confidence on God.
You guys are joking, y'all. You guys are joking me and stuff like that, but that's how you create a monster. When someone gets pushed to the edge, you either fall or learn to glide. I'm gonna be the person that learns to glide, and when I pop out with that beard, oh brother, I don't want to hear any type of words. All I want to see is W's and alpha. Thank you. Period.
Just to blog about his emotions. And while something like this could have been better,
Bro was really like, see, I know he don't got it up there in the head, bruh. I feel bad.
beneficial for him.
This I feel like he's gonna be able to wait. What the? Wait, hold on. Are y'all reading this?
This video is actually very interesting.
In light of this, I got ideas outside of Obama.
Wait. Let's read it also. Plan to do this in the summer, but figured to stick around to see the election the election outcome. This particular one got so much attention, and I was just curious. Not like give a flying fuck who won, since this exit plan was already planned. Good luck to Obama. Is this 2016? This is 2016. GG. He will be successful. The liberal media loves him. America has chosen the black man. Good. In light of this, I got ideas outside of Obama's plans for the economy and such. Here it is. Every black man should get a young white girl. Ho. Chill the fuck down, brother. Why are you calling women hoes? White girl hoe to hone up on. Kinda okay, you know, I'm just let this play because it's already discussed.
Plan for the economy and such. Here it is. Every black man should get a young white girl hoe to hunt up on. Kind of reverse. And yo, this nigga's.
He's sick.
What?
He's sick.
Yeah, fuck this. Fuck this. No wonder why this nigga was a loser.
You know, some white women can be beautiful. You know what I mean? Some white women are eligible. It's not. But what he's talking about is very disgusting. He say young white girl, and then he say hoe. GG. There is difference between a girl and a woman. This dude is just disgusting. Like, people cannot see anything good out of their communities, man.
Who's gonna buy himself, bro?
The website would instead.
What is he talking about? I saw it. Not my little girl, Daddy says. Yeah, right. Black dudes have their choice of best white
Indenture servitude thing. That's what he calls a woman a thing.
There's enough young white, so all brothers can each have one for 3 to 6 months or so. What is he typing about?
Only served to capture his descent into madness. An immediate red flag was raised by the very first text you see on the website, as George wrote, Why do this? To young girls? Just read below. I kept a running log that includes my thoughts and actions after I saw this project was going to drag on, with the line serving as some sort of bizarre disclaimer, though with no other context. George's entries began. December 22nd, 2008. Time is moving along. Plan to have this done already.
This
I would
was
just keep a running
2008,
log
okay.
here as time passes. Many of the young girls here look so beautiful as to not be human, very edible. After joining this gym, started lifting weights and like it. This early post encapsulates what this blog would be focused on. The young women he would see throughout the day, his time at the gym, and his plan.
Did bro just say
This
edible?
plan was never expressly stated on the website, but it was something he obsessed over, mentioning it in every single
Yeah,
one
he
of his
said
posts,
edible.
and dubbing it the exit plan, even going as far as to provide a date and time for it, January 6th.
Kinda off.
Nigga, you gonna eat? You gonna eat women? Like, come on, dog. Like, like, maybe it means something else, but even still, it's like you're sick.
Himself.
2009 at 8:15 p.m. Before this day would come, however, he would provide further insight into just how lonely he was. Moving into Christmas again. Last Christmas with Pam was in 1983. Who
Damn.
knows why? I'm not ugly or too weird. No sex since January 1990 either.
Damn.
Damn, bro. You had no sex since 1990. You know what? I'm not gonna make fun of this dude.
9. No shit. Over 18 years ago. I actually look good. I dress good. I'm clean shaven, bathe, touch of cologne. Yet 30 million women reject me. Over an 18 or 25 years.
30 million people rejected you. At that point, I would just even chill. That I would even relax with with dating or whatever, bro. Like, just seek something else in life that makes you happy. You are a weirdo if you start chasing.
Period. That's how I see it. 30 million is my rough guesstimate of how many desirable...
I don't say you should, but you know, make it more. And don't I don't know, man. I'm not gonna speak about the guys that like to date younger age women. I'm not gonna speak anything about that, but I feel like, you know, nowadays you see some men approaching women. I don't say that that's a right thing to do, man. It has always been that what women like from men, like you coming up to them in a very pleasant manner, and because they want to feel like, oh, you know, a man is coming towards them, not you chasing, you know. Oh, I don't know. I have no clue what this is. You know, I can speak right now as if I know better. I don't know nothing.
women there are. With several other posts of the same nature, the day eventually came for his big exit plan, January 6th, with George writing one message that afternoon. I can do this. This log is not detailed. It is only for confidence to do this. The future holds even less than what I have today. It is 6:40 p.m., about an hour and a half to go. God have mercy. I wish life could have been better for all, and the crazy world can somehow run smoother. I wish I had answers. Bye. Despite this appearing to be his final post, George Sidini wasn't quite finished, as he would come back only hours later, writing simply, "It's 8:45 p.m. I chickened out. Shit."
This is what no pussy does to a motherfucker, you know, brother. Should I agree with this? I can't. I cannot do this. I cannot fully agree. I cannot agree to what is being said at the moment. This is sick. You say what no pussy does to a okay, you know, brother, these comments are becoming very, very wicked.
I brought the loaded guns, everything. Whatever George Sidini had been planning that day, it was clear that his exit plan was something incredibly disturbing. And based on his use of guns, plural, it was likely not just an exit plan for himself.
He's gonna take his anger out
But
on
thankfully,
women.
he didn't go through with it. In fact, he seemed to have dropped the plan entirely, as months would go by without any update to his blog. Though this wouldn't last, as in April of 2009, he began posting yet again, with these entries being even more disturbing. July 23rd, 2009. Wow, I just looked out my front window and saw a beautiful college-age girl leave Bob's house across the street. I guess he got a good lay today. College girls are hoes. I masturbate.
Why, bro? Why, man? Come on, why college? Fuck it.
Frequently. He is about 45 years old. He was long.
Wait. Back the hell up. What? They just threw that out mid-sentence, mid-thought. I masturbate frequently. Anyway, he's like 45 years old. What?
Hair, hot little hottie with a beautiful bod. I masturbate frequently.
Brother, what? Oh my god. The dude's insane. These are like when niggas just do ads and videos and there's no transition. It's just ad.
The strangest part of this entire website was, according to those he worked with and the neighbors, they all thought George was normal. A little off, sure, but it appeared that these disturbing thoughts and plans were kept solely in his blog, solely in his mind. But on July 28th,
Nah, bros might be worse than the Gooner King, bro. He might be worse than the Gooner King, bro.
2009, this would all change.
Bro, what? So good.
Who's the Guna King? People in chat are saying Guna side, Guna King, way worse. Y'all here, Jerkmate rank just dropped. Who the fuck is Jerk? Whatever. That's not Windows. King Guna is crazy. I have no idea who King Guna is. Average Kanye tweet. Average Kanye tweet. He's the Guna King.
Guys, come on, he was a human. Okay.
Carrying with him some sort of duffel bag. And as the ride commenced, he unzipped the bag and began to fiddle with something inside of it. An anonymous man sitting next to him noticed this and curiously leaned over to see what he was doing. In George Sidini's hand was what appeared to be a
bomb.
The stunned passenger ran off at the next stop and immediately alerted the police. But bizarrely, nothing actually came of this. No explosions happened that day, and upon police eventually tracking down Sidini 2 days later, he was searched, but there was no sign of this supposed grenade, and the man who had reported this incident was unable to positively identify him. And so, George was released, allowing him to continue on with his day, and to continue on with his posting.
What?
August 3rd, 2009. I took off today, Monday, and tomorrow to practice my routine and make sure it was well polished. I need to work out every detail. There is only one shot. Also, I need to be completely immersed into something before I can be successful. I haven't had a drink since Friday at about 2:30. Total effort.
He's the type of
Tomorrow
guy.
is the big day. Last time I tried this in January, I chickened out. Let's see how this new approach works. Maybe soon, I will see God and Jesus.
Sir?
This was the final update made to GeorgeSidini.com, and unlike his previous attempt at carrying out this exit plan, this time, he didn't back out.
Boy, do I have news for you, buddy. You're not seeing those guys.
On August 4th, 2009, George Sidini would enter an LA Fitness in Bridgeville, Pennsylvania, and walk directly into a woman's aerobics class with a duffel bag in his hand.
Yep.
He then dropped his bag on the floor with a loud bang.
Yeah, that'll get you women now, I guess.
Before he closed the door and shut off all the lights. In a moment of darkness and confusion, one witness recalled that she felt the presence of someone who didn't belong there. Before total panic would ensue, everyone was just screaming so loud. At first, I didn't even think shots were being fired. It was so surreal. At that moment, George Sidini had brandished 2 guns from his bag and opened fire on the group of 30, all of whom were women, which was entirely the point. In that dark, cramped room, George would discharge his weapon 52 times, striking 12 different women and then himself. Of the injured, 49-year-old Elizabeth Gannon, 38-year-old Jody Billingsley, and 46-year-old Heidi Overmeyer would tragically lose their lives, while the others were left with permanent injuries, both physical and mental. It wasn't hard to find a motive. George had spelled it out right there in his blog. He desired women so much that his inability to ever gain a real connection with any of them turned his infatuation into pure hatred. And this is how he wanted to make them pay. And the ironic part is that this was all so avoidable, as these plans were heavily implied on his website, which had been publicly available online for roughly an entire year, yet no one cared enough about him to ever look.
What? It is easy for me to hide from my emotions for one more day.
Knowing what we know now, George's channel is highly disturbing, as it shows us a glimpse into a mind on the verge of completely snapping, and a last gasp attempt at achieving normalcy by a person who would go on to become a monster when he didn't get what he wanted.
Just everything I need. Well, that about sums it up.
Hi guys, I am with Lewis. Just having a little drink.
Who the hell? Oh shit, new chapter.
Mark Williams always dreamed of being a YouTuber. He had grown up watching parkour content on the site, becoming attached to both its many talented creators and the hobby itself, eventually becoming so inspired
this is
by
not just one. This YouTube darkest channels. Okay, it's just channels. It's multiple.
that he launched his own channel in 2019 at the age of just 15, with Mark hoping that someday this channel would make that dream of his come true.
Damn.
The page went by many names over the years, but eventually Mark would settle on the moniker Displace. And depending on who you ask, his videos were either extremely impressive or extremely irresponsible. They showed scenes of Mark high atop buildings, jumping rooftop to rooftop, climbing on massive abandoned cranes, and fleeing from security guards and the cops on more than a few occasions.
Uh-oh. I think I know how this ends. This is hurting my
Often
eyes.
seen with him was his younger brother, who he had grown incredibly close with, which was due in part to the fact that Mark was somewhat of a loner and didn't have many friends in his own personal life. Though according to his mother, this wasn't necessarily by choice, as she explained that he did desperately want friendship, and he was incredibly caring. He just had a habit of making the wrong friends, describing Mark as trusting to a fault. Mark's longing for camaraderie became especially apparent not long after the launch of Displace, as his brother slowly began appearing less and less in his videos, forcing him to do these free runs by himself, which he implied was something he didn't enjoy nearly as much.
My brother, who was part of the campaign, he's not now. I don't think he's coming back at all. He ditched me, leaving me by myself, and I've got a problem talking to myself as well.
This, coupled with the fact that he was dealing with the tribulations of growing up, led to his uploads on the channel becoming more and more sporadic, as he would often go dark for a few months, only to return with the promise of more consistent uploads.
Alright guys, I don't know if you can see me or not, but I promise you this place is coming back.
That often never came. It was clear that he still longed to be a YouTuber, he just needed some sort of a spark. And sure enough, at the end of 2020, he would find one right in his own comment section.
Oh no.
In a since-deleted video, Mark would receive a comment from a man named Lewis Ashdown, who explained that he was a big fan of Mark's content and that he would love to join him in an upcoming video, as they both just so happened to live in Uckfield. It was exactly what Mark had been needing, a friend.
Shit.
And not only a friend, but a friend he could make videos with. And so that's exactly what he would do.
Yeah, I'm good with that, man. I'm good with that.
And we're going to do...
Surely Lewis isn't a weirdo.
...facility in Uckfield on the industrial estate. See you in a sec, guys.
From their first meeting on, Lewis became a core part of the Displace channel, leading to the two growing closer by the day, with Mark speaking about this bond on a live stream in March of 2021.
If you're going exploring at an abandoned pub, yeah, keep your mate with you, make sure he's someone you can trust, you know, and be careful is all I can say. Because in the video where me and Lewis climbed the college, you know, I was constantly looking out for him, because it did get dangerous close to some of the edges, but you know, that's what life's about, isn't it?
But despite finding his new parkour partner, Mark still had other issues getting in the way of his uploads, as he was now 18 years old, and was facing the reality of having to get a job, forcing him to put his channel on the back burner. Mark discussed this struggle and the many others he was facing at the time in that same March livestream, with his tone about Displace's future sounding less than optimistic.
I've been doing some talking with Lewis, seeming like he wants to get back into climbing and stuff. I haven't actually done it since Christmas, and I've got a bad back, right? It's been getting worse and worse lately. Don't know why. I need to go to the hospital and have myself checked out. I am not sure where my channel is going to go. I don't know if I'm going to keep doing these videos. I don't know if I'm going to be doing different videos or whether I'm going to stop completely.
Then
But
don't
unlike
do
other
it.
times when he had gotten down on his channel,
How is it?
this
How
time,
is it
he
tough?
wasn't alone, and his friend.
How is it tough to not be indulged into shit? Because that is what it basically is. I mean, it is shit. I would never encourage you guys to do something crazy. And if you are willing to, I don't know, for me to do something crazy, I would say I will put a stop into it and say no, sex. We are not doing it. And I feel like it happened before, and that was with the gaming. Yeah, I just music sometimes too. I'll be playing songs and later on I get copyrighted or get strikes. And but outside of that, I feel like this is just beyond stupid. Why would you do something?
Friend Lewis was there to have his back as he pushed Mark to continue his work, even showing up in the comments of this live stream under the name Moral Unknown, where he went as far as to offer up a potential location that they could film their next video in order to get Mark re-inspired. Will the Buxted Hotel first video back? And sure enough, just days later, the two would arrive at Buxted Hotel to begin filming yet another video.
Hi guys, I am with Lewis.
Nigga drinking?
Having a little drink.
This would be their last on the Displays channel, as not even 2 months after it was uploaded, both Mark Williams and Louis Ashdown would vanish without a trace.
2021.
It was the waning hours of Saturday, May 29th, 2021. Mark met Lewis at the Maresfield Recreation Ground to have a few drinks and discuss their next potential video. Though once there, it was the drinks that took priority, and very quickly Mark had become intoxicated, leading to him calling his house to tell his aunt, who he had been living with, that he would be heading back now. On the call, his aunt could tell that he was drunk, but Lewis chimed in to assure her not to worry, telling her, "I'll get him home safe," which made his aunt feel slightly better. After all, it was only a short few-minute walk back to the house anyway. Instead, 12 hours would pass, and Mark still hadn't made it back, while Lewis himself also failed to arrive home. At some point during their short walk back, both boys had disappeared. They were reported as missing the very next morning, and the area they were last in was combed thoroughly, though very little was uncovered. Around them had been large pockets of forest and murky bodies of water, leading to some questioning if perhaps the boys had gotten lost,
No,
or
I
even had
can't
fallen into the
restart
water.
stream.
Though regardless of the theories, as a full 24 hours passed, many began to fear the worst, until something strange happened. Reports began pouring in from witnesses claiming to have seen Lewis. Some thought they saw him leaving a local pub the morning after he supposedly had gone missing, while others had seen him at a local movie theater, seemingly completely unaware that the whole town was looking for him. These sightings introduced the possibility that the boys were perhaps runaways, causing several pleas to be made throughout the press, begging them to come back home. But it would be the police who would find Lewis first, tracking him down at his friend named Liam Hansen's house. There, the cops fired off a barrage of questions, as they not only tried to get answers as to where the boys had been, but more importantly now, they needed to know where Mark was. Throughout all the sightings, it was only ever Lewis that had been spotted. And even now, after searching this friend's home, Mark wasn't there either. So where had Mark Williams gone? Well, Lewis himself offered very little, outright refusing to speak on the boys' whereabouts. But his friend Liam wasn't so quiet, as when he was questioned separately, he claimed to know exactly what had happened on the night of May 29th, 2021, the day in which both boys had disappeared. And he knew because Lewis had told him. According to the boy, the night that Lewis and Mark had met at the park, Lewis poured a cocktail for his friend, and then another, and then another, each one stronger than the last, causing Mark to become drunk almost immediately. Realizing he was drinking too much, Mark told Lewis that he had enough. But Lewis persisted, outright demanding that he keep drinking, leading to Mark begging Lewis to let him stop.
Why?
At one point, Mark's pleas finally caused Lewis to back off, as the boy instead agreed to make him a non-alcoholic drink, only for him to fill the cup with even more liquor when Mark wasn't looking. By 11:30, Mark could barely stand, prompting him to make that phone call to his aunt, letting her
alcohol
know that he would
poisoning.
be back soon. Meanwhile, Lewis had been so preoccupied with getting his friend drunk that he was still fairly sober at this point, and in his sober state, he promised Mark's aunt that he would get him home safe. Seconds after that phone call ended, Mark hunched over to vomit, which is precisely when Lewis pulled a large kitchen knife from his pocket and plunged it directly into Mark's back.
Why?
Mark stumbled and asked Lewis to call him an ambulance, being unable to comprehend what had just happened, to which Lewis responded by laughing, before doing it again, and again, and again. This is what Lewis had told Liam in the days after the alleged attack, but as Liam recounted the story to the police, he made it clear that this wasn't just a tall tale, as he had actually seen it for himself.
Huh?
When Lewis had told him the story, he pulled out his phone and put it up to Liam's face, revealing that he had filmed the entire ordeal. And sure enough, when police searched Lewis's devices, they would find that footage,
Oh my god.
though it was far worse than they ever could have imagined. On Lewis Ashdown's cell phone were 7 total videos depicting the attack, with the footage spanning nearly an hour in total, during which Mark had been stabbed 107 times,
Why?
on top of having a number of other sadistic things done to him. And all the while, it was said that Lewis was giggling manically. When asked about what he had seen in those recordings, Liam provided further detail on just how awful the attack was, recounting that he ripped Mark's eyes out. Proper psychotic stuff. I was going into shock. I was shocked how he came out with it. I wanted to run and tell someone.
How would you
This
even...
was clearly not a normal crime. It displayed a level of evil and hatred that goes past human comprehension.
beyond
And due to
hate.
its brutality, police assumed that surely something must have happened between these two to breed so much hatred inside of Lewis. But according to Lewis, this wasn't actually the case. Instead, he stated that he had simply found Mark to be annoying, and that he had been wanting to kill him for some time because of this, and had just been waiting for the right moment. Plus, he always wanted to know what it was like to kill someone.
Nigga, you introduced yourself into his life. Like, what? You came to him.
And that was it. That was his entire motive.
Even when they did videos together and then they stopped doing the videos and had that long break, nigga was in the chat spamming. Yo, no, we should do our first. You should do your first video back here. Like, let's do it together. Dick riding.
Lewis Ashdown would be arrested the day he was found and later sentenced to life in prison, with parole eligibility in 25 years, while Mark's body was found dumped in a nearby body of water and eventually given a proper burial.
Oh my goodness. That was like
I'm
so.
with Lewis, and we're going to do the water treatment facility.
With this context, Mark's channel is utterly devastating. All he wanted was a friend to film videos with, but sure enough, as his mother had warned, he was trusting to a fault.
If you're going exploring at an abandoned pub, yeah, keep your mate with you. Make sure he's someone you can trust, you know, and be careful.
Which brings us to a disturbing revelation.
He did not deserve that.
Just months before he would kill Mark, Lewis was the one that encouraged him to get back out there and film with him. And based on his testimony that he had been wanting to kill Mark for a long time, it makes it very clear that he was doing this not to be a good friend, but to get Mark alone in an isolated spot, so that he could carry out his plan. And adding more weight to this theory, when they visited the Buxted Hotel, which Lewis himself had suggested during the live stream, Mark was uncharacteristically drunk.
Hi guys, I am with Lewis. Having a little drink. Okay, so we'll smash this, I'll smash these.
Which was never really part of his channel before that upload, as Lewis was uncharacteristically nervous.
We're going to do a couple more bangers, can't tell you what they are in case anyone's watching that shouldn't be watching. Who's watching? Well, no, I mean watching the video. Yeah, I know that we're supposed to watch the channel sometimes.
Paranoid even of being caught by the cops, despite being totally unfazed in previous videos, where in some he was literally being chased by security guards. And coincidentally, by the end of this video, we get an indication as to why Lewis was so nervous. Because he had been carrying a knife. All this leads me to believe that that night, Lewis pushed Mark to film a video in an abandoned location, then got him drunk, and was going to carry through with the murder, before eventually backing out for unknown reasons. And all the while, Mark was completely unaware, never once suspecting that the man he had been filming with had secretly been plotting to kill him, and one day would actually go through with it.
Okay, I'll wrap it up now then, guys. Yeah, I'll see ya.
Bro, that was like that was so unnecessary on that other dude's part. I just wanted to see what it's like to kill someone. Joshua Brown.
Joshua Brown started his YouTube channel back in 2010, a time when many individuals, including himself, used the site to upload random videos offering momentary glimpses into their lives. Joshua was in his mid-30s at the time and had recently finished serving in the Navy, before eventually settling down in Canton, Ohio, where he focused on his many passions. He loved driving, he
Miko,
loved technology,
what the fuck?
and he loved a little bit of danger. And soon, he became infatuated with a product that was essentially the sum of all three.
Oh shit. Tesla.
For Joshua, these electric vehicles were a technological marvel and the future of the automotive industry, and he dreamed of one day having one, with that dream eventually coming true in 2015 when he would purchase his very own Tesla Model S that would eventually become his life and his YouTube channel's primary focus. He began uploading videos of his new car immediately, but rather than these focusing on the vehicle itself, it was its most controversial feature that interested him the most: autopilot.
The autopilot.
The feature had become available for Tesla drivers in October of 2015, which is exactly when Joshua purchased his car and began uploading these videos showcasing its possibilities.
It takes all the stress out of it. Get to your destination slightly slower, but hey, at least now you don't have to worry about anything. It's just let it go.
He wanted to essentially be a pioneer, providing an overview of what self-driving was really all about, breaking down the specifics and showcasing a variety and helping him to avoid any accidents. But despite his focus on safety, it was clear that he was pushing the capabilities of this brand new technology, as at this point it was still in its infancy, with one of the more glaring red flags being the placement of his hands.
Here we are, stopping and go traffic on 271, and, geez, car's doing it all itself.
When Joshua was shown driving, he hardly ever had his hands on the wheel, as he said he wanted to get the true experience of self-driving. This was something that Tesla had actually adamantly advised against, and even had visual and audible warnings if it detected that your hands were off the steering wheel. But Joshua seemed to find a workaround, as he instead used his legs to avoid tripping the sensor, while keeping his hands close by, ready to grab the wheel in case of an emergency.
How I actually do it is so that it is really actually hands-free, is I keep my knees up, because the tack works pretty good, but I can still get my foot down to a brake, and just keep it like this, because you can react so quickly.
It was clear that Joshua truly believed that this car that was driving him was safe, and this belief was only strengthened on April 5th of 2016.
Too much trust.
That day, Joshua had been driving his car on the interstate when a large truck suddenly merged into his lane, with its driver not even seeing his car. And before Joshua could even react, the autopilot kicked in and veered out of the way, avoiding what would have been a certain collision. Amazed by the event, Joshua would upload dashcam footage of the close call to his YouTube channel, where he praised the vehicle's response. "Tessie did great. Excellent job, Elon." This video would immediately go viral, exploding to over 4 million views between the two versions that Joshua had posted. But while the response to this video was overwhelming,
he's gonna fuck his car.
especially for a channel that was accustomed to getting just a few hundred views, there was one response in
It's a
particular
car, man. It's
that
a
impacted
car. It's a
Joshua the most.
freaking car.
As Tesla
We got like three to 4 minutes. I gotta get some drink. This is. Yeah. I own a video of autopilot steering to avoid collision with a truck. Okay. Gotta get some to drink. Oh shit. I am back. You know what I like about this? Shit. That is what I like about this. I cannot. There's no cuts. There's no cuts in what I do. Maybe some people like to. Yeah. And I get it. It creates ways so that your subs could like the videos or whatever. But I don't like cuts. I don't like cutting any shit. I just like authentic shit, authentic stuff, authentic reactions. Sadly, my laptop is still down, so it's kind of impossible to show you guys still what I'm watching. I have recorded, and but the problem is it doesn't allow me to react on my phone. Like how somehow it does work on Twitch. It does work on Twitch, on streaming on Twitch. It works perfectly, but it's the YouTube or YouTube videos is just is disallowing me to be able to do my thing. Do I think it's sad? Yes. Do I think that I should worry about it? No. I feel like it's a part of it. It's just a part of it, man. It is what it is, you know. I feel like it's low-key capitalization of all these tools that exist. You pay so much money so that you can get the right content on your channel, however it looks. That's why I decided, you know what? I like authenticity. I like this. I like this. Having conversation with people, it's already enough for me. I don't need to cut the video. Maybe I can do that in the near future. The interesting moments that I capture with people, I can cut that and put it onto my page, onto my channel. It's possible. But at some point, I feel like, yeah, it feels like it's a capitalization of certain apps, tools that are being created. You can pay endless of money, and then eventually they are just basically milking money from you without you noticing, and you end up with nothing. There's no need. Sometimes it's good to just be authentic. Do what you like to do, and just like this. I thought this video was way too long. It's 37 minutes, and right now we are at 33.55. So we got like 4 minutes, and I enjoyed it. I enjoy watching the video. It's almost an hour long.
Tesla's owner, Elon Musk, would repost the video on Twitter. Stunned by the tweet,
I'd like to show this video to you, but if I had put it on my phone, then the video would end up on Twitch, because again, the app doesn't work with YouTube. It's supposed to, but it's really not working out. And the app itself it's called Recorded or Record or whatever. I don't know, but yeah, it's supposed to work, but it's really not. And I did that so that I could put some fine videos to watch, so that I could be able to film myself, but also show you guys what I'm watching. But still, it doesn't work.
Joshua would later state, for something to catch Elon Musk's eye, I can die and go to heaven now. He had no way of knowing then that this would not be the last time that Elon Musk would tweet about him. Though his next feature would be
and some of the videos are just too dark. What I'm watching right now, I would never recommend you guys to watch. It's just
under much different circumstances.
Oh shit.
It happened just 1 month after Joshua Brown's video had gone viral. He was driving on Highway 27 on a clear sunny day at approximately 4 p.m. With open road ahead, Joshua turned on his trusted autopilot, and it stayed in autopilot mode for over half an hour, as at this point, his trust in the car was higher than ever, causing Joshua to seemingly lose focus on the road, as he was quickly coming up on an intersection where a massive 18-wheeler had been turning left, blocking Joshua's entire lane. Joshua was seemingly so unfocused that he didn't even notice it. Even stranger, the car itself didn't detect this either, despite the entire trailer being horizontal in their lane. This was due to its pure white body, as the sun was shining so brightly against it that, for whatever reason, it became invisible to the self-driving AI. And with neither Joshua nor the car registering the danger that they were in, the vehicle would strike the trailer, going 74 miles per hour.
Damn.
There were no attempts by Joshua to even move the steering wheel, and the brakes hadn't so much as been tapped. The collision happened at full speed, and it happened so fast that the car drove straight through underneath, shearing the entire tire and continuing driving full speed down the road, before it would eventually crashed to a halt. When the driver of the truck rushed over to see the damage, Joshua Brown was already dead, and the truck driver could hear nothing but the sound of Harry Potter.
You can own it on DVD and video. The adventure is bigger. The magic is stronger.
Okay, this is tragic, but this just made me, I just got so much nostalgia. Like, this just made me, like, so happy. But, like, now, it's like, okay.
Harry Potter.
Discovered in Joshua Brown's car was a DVD player, which many believe Joshua had used to watch Harry Potter while on that drive.
Man got taste, too.
Thus explaining why he never reacted to the
See,
impending
man
collision.
got taste too.
Now, this is something that has been disputed by his family, and ultimately it doesn't seem to have been fully proven or disproven. But in the end, the fault of the accident was placed mainly on the driver of the truck, who had made that left turn, and Joshua Brown, who had failed to pay attention to the road, as it was revealed that during his 37-minute drive, he only had his hands on the wheel for just 25 total seconds.
Damn.
Joshua Brown always wanted to be part of the innovation of Tesla's autopilot, and in doing so, he wrote himself into the history books as being the first person to ever perish in a self-driving accident. And while this is no doubt a tragedy, his death has led to numerous safety improvements and a better understanding of the self-driving technology that he had given his life to study.
Damn. It's kind of crazy in a way, like he did make the impact that he wanted to.
I just wanted to hop on here at the end and give a quick shout out to my friend's new podcast called Redacted: Declassified Mysteries with Luke Lamont.
Oh my
A lot of you probably already know who Luke is, but he's the one behind the Wartime Stories channel. He's a good friend of mine, so honestly I might be a little biased here, but I've been loving the podcast. Redacted is all about shady government and military activity all across the globe, ranging from disturbed experiments to bizarre assassination attempts, and all sorts of other crazy stuff. So I definitely recommend listening wherever you get your podcasts. Just look up Redacted Declassified Mysteries with Dimanta, or search up Ballin Studios and you'll see it. And honestly, I feel like you guys will.
W video, bro. I mean, every time he drops a video, that shit's kind of disturbing. Okay, it's kind of disturbing, and it leaves me feeling weird. So
This was a very disturbing video.
Think will be very supportive, and we've also been told that the CIA director is very supportive. To put it in perspective, I think that this issue transcends not just one administration but multiple administrations, and it hasn't been until now that we've been able to get people actually in positions of power that will push for transparency. Now, if I find that different entities in the various intelligence agencies are stonewalling us, I'm going to make that known to the American people. But as of right now, we are cautiously optimistic.
What's your priority list? Epstein, 9/11?
Our first investigation will be announced, but it's going to be covering on a thorough investigation into the John F. Kennedy assassination. And I can tell you, based on what I've been seeing so far, the initial hearing that was actually held here in Congress was actually faulty in the single bullet theory. I believe that there were two shooters, and we should be finding more information as we are able to gain access into the SCIF, hopefully before the files are actually released to the public.
Thank you for doing this. Have you identified the Democrats who will sit on the task force, and could you talk a little bit more about the role of Democrats in this?
Yeah, so again, this is a bipartisan commission. Remember, JFK was a Democrat, RFK was a Democrat, and I'm sure that I think the entire conference has a question on what actually happened with Dr. Martin Luther King, but also UAPs. You guys know that that was the biggest bipartisan bicameral hearing that we've ever had, I think, in congressional history. I do not know who their members are yet. They've noticed it, but they're taking this very seriously. This is not a conspiracy theory investigating committee. We're actually looking to present truth to the American people, and it's in my opinion that no one person elected to office is more important or more qualified to look at the information that they've been hiding from us, and so we look to push for that transparency.
What sort of witnesses will you expect to have at your hearings? I know you said the first one's in March. That be department heads, former employees of various agencies.
Would you like to jump in? Yeah, I was going to say, based on what we're actually looking to do with the JFK investigation, I'm looking to actually bring in some of the attending physicians at the initial assassination, and then also people that had been on the various commissions looking into, like the Warren Commission looking into the initial assassinations. There's been conflicting evidence, and I think that even the FBI at the time reported some anomalies in the initial autopsy at Bethesda, Maryland. All of those, though, seem to have been rinsed and repeated in the media to push a certain narrative that we don't agree with. And so I think that in order to put to bed some of the theories that have been out there on John F. Kennedy, we have to know the full truth, and the full truth starts with transparency, and that's why these files is so important for the American people to read for themselves.
GG's.
I need the city to protect me because the federal government won't. And if you think you're afraid of Trump, you should see how afraid of Trump I am.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yeah.
Wow.
Jesus. Can you just wrap it up? Yeah.
I can. If you say that you're afraid of Trump and that's why you don't want the city to be a safe space for trans people, you better prepare for trans people to make this a very unsafe space.
I'm shaking.
I'm not really sure if that's a good argument, that if you don't give us what we want, we're going to incite terrorism. I feel like that's a really bad argument, and I don't think that a lot of people support that. And whenever I say a lot of people, I feel like anybody who thinks like that, can we have like an equivalent exchange? Like, let's take an illegal alien that's lived here for 15 years, and he gets your citizenship, and you have to leave. Like, if that's the way that you think, yeah, bro, we can keep him. He's fine. You're getting kicked out.
Right now. I don't want to be here.
I don't want to be here.
I'm sorry. Am I taking too long pleading for my life?
You remembered how many children I have and that 2 of them are trans.
Fluimuciel breekt het slijm af en helpt zo de luchtwegen weer vrij te maken. Fluimuciel voor vastzittende hoest.
I speak as both the B and the T in the LGBT.
I'm multiply disabled. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a connective tissue disorder that causes me immense physical pain. I'm on the autism spectrum.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything.
And I have narcolepsy, and I couldn't drive myself here, so I had to hide from my driver.
What is narcolepsy?
That I was in drag, which is not an easy thing to do in drag.
I do not want.
What is going on here?
What? What? What is this? What game is this? It's Concord.
To be here. It's my day off. I do not want to be in your DMs. I do not want to be in your email inboxes. I do not want my creativity writing diss tracks like Kendrick. I don't want to spend an hour applying glitter on my face so that you will hear and see me.
This was a
Man.
terrible video for me to pick.
That's me?
choose.
Yeah. I think that's a lot of people. You've got a lot of snowflakes melting here. It's pretty. Like, I don't see how anybody can listen to these people talk and not come to the conclusion that these people have a profound mental illness and there's something seriously wrong with them. Just like the way they talk, the way they act, their body language, everything about it, it's just completely fucking unhinged.
I want you to listen to me.
Let us remember that the Nazis burned the books that the Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that.
First. Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans...
It's a bit of a like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German. And it was like a retaking of Germany for Germans. That was like the uprising of the Nazis. So it was like, yeah, they were. I think it probably might be both in some circumstances, but like it was categorical for it not being written in German. They also burned porn. Yeah, they burned a lot of stuff. It was both, yeah. And no, and I wish people like this. It's disappointing that you can't have genuine conversations because people try to just like kind of like handpick facts and like not talk about things in an honest way. But it's like part of that's true, but it's like not completely true.
LGBT people and even special needs, denying life-saving and affirming care.
Can you look at me and tell me how many of my friends need to die before you do anything?
Please wrap
Look
up.
at me!
Okay, we're all done here.
Well done.
Fucking pathetic!
We're all done.
Of course, we need to.
Guys, these are the people that are on social media who are telling you how to act. Yep. There are NPCs in Oblivion that are like hostile bandits that are less hostile than that. Even then, you can open up dialogue options. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I wonder which Reddit sub wasn't being moderated for the hour that this was going on for.
Continue celebrating Black History Month because in spite of what's coming down from Washington, we all know that we all exist and we all need to be recognized for our existence.
But be aware that you are a guest in my house when you
The grapes?
What? She actually got grapes on her
come.
head.
And when you come, know that there are strong, queer and trans people in my classroom who will collect you with the quickness.
Collect you with the quickness? The fuck does that mean? What does that even mean?
Shut up, bro. Let them speak.
They speak in tongues?
Brother.
No, because if they were, it would have made more sense.
My name in drag is Dee Dee Delight. And my name out of drag is Dewey Cosgrove Atienza.
Laddie LaRouge, he, they, in drag, District 3.
My legal name is Olivia D'Ambrosio. My public name is Livy Scanlon. My wife and I own a home in the Canal District.
Okay.
I speak as someone who is always misgendered, like all the time. People refer to me as sir when I prefer to be referred to as ma'am. I speak as someone who is afraid to use public toilets. I speak as someone...
This is what I was saying before. It's that being afraid to use public toilets, like, because I feel like you're talking about, if you're talking about it from, like, the context of being trans, like, it makes sense. But I think that with a lot of these people, this is something that I used to really, really, really like about Facebook, is that in Facebook, you could actually look at a person's life and you could 9 times out of 10 figure out exactly why they're saying what they're saying.
Who is a member of this community and is a queer person.
You have to imagine being me and my wife, fearing that our
What do you
marriage...
do with people like this? I think that the best thing for you to do is to... So, I think in a lot of cases, compliance isn't compassion. And sometimes you have to hold people accountable to a higher standard of behavior and, decorum. And I think that when you do that and you create a culture that expects people to adhere to a higher degree of behavior, what you do is you create an expectation that is pervasive, and a lot of people that are like this stop acting like this because it's not socially acceptable. And I think that what happens with people like this is that people have enabled it for a long time, and some of these people are not really that bad, right? Like, this woman doesn't seem like she's that bad. But some of the other people, like, especially the ones screaming, like, oh my God, right? And so the problem is that when you allow these people to do what they want to do, oftentimes they end up making their own lives worse. And whenever you just agree with them and tell them that everything that they believe is true, because you just don't want to deal with it, what you end up doing is you end up enabling a degree of mental illness that's self-destructive. And I think that's what happens with a lot of these people, is that people give them what they consider to be compassion, but their idea of compassion is just simply what makes them feel good to do. So telling somebody you're right about everything that you think about yourself, that might feel very good to do because you're validating this person, but it might not always be the right thing to do for somebody in the long run. And so because we have a culture that's built so much off of optics, appearances, and virtue signaling, you have people like this that get radicalized by people's, by their misguided belief that people are compassionate towards them. And they're not compassionate for them. All they're doing is they're telling this person the thing that makes them feel good. And I think that another great example of this happening, another permutation of this happening, is with people that are overweight. And it's toxic empathy. It is. This is what I've been... Remember when I said I'm the most empathetic streamer? One day people realize that I was right. Is that whenever I look at this, I don't... Like, yeah, it's funny these people are acting ridiculous for sure. But underneath that, these are deeply troubled people that need help in a lot of cases.
Many.
And I think that instead of trying to help them improve their lives, people enable them to further destroy their lives.
Basically tolerating.
And at a certain point, you're so far gone that you now can no longer reintegrate into society and you've effectively destroyed your life. So that's really the way that I feel.
Marriage rights will be stripped away at any moment.
Please, I only have so much time. Please, Joe's gonna cut me off.
Which matters more? Covering the
Is that a cape?
legal fees of systemic police brutality or protecting the lives of queer people in our community. How many lives have to be lost before you consider fighting back against fascism and corruption?
Now is the time to say that if federal money relies on the dehumanization of trans people, that we don't want your goddamn money.
I get that some of you care more about fun.
I'm glad that this person who probably lives in an upper middle class household and has never really had to worry about any sort of existential money problems in their life, I'm very glad that he's here to tell the government that other people that have the same viewpoint that he does don't want their money. Thank God that he's able to do that.
I have to be very
That's
honest.
easy funding than trans lives, and don't mind Nazis for some whatever reason. But
Let me go back. I wasn't really listening to that.
Dehumanization of trans people, that we don't want your goddamn money.
I get that some of you care more about easy funding than trans lives, and don't mind Nazis for some whatever reason. But
Normally I would say good evening, but through the chair I will only impart my sour grapes.
It's an extremely...
What did she just say? Oh, I see. I'm respectful. I don't even know whether it's he or she.
Can you imagine, like, this is like your job? You have to just, like, listen to these people? Because in Austin, it's the same way. I watched a couple of, like, public access TV hearings, and it's like 5 crackheads, a crazy mom, a Karen, some racist guy, another crackhead, and then somebody that has, like, that's dressed up like a Christmas tree that wants every day to be Christmas. And then that's the end of it. Okay, see you guys next Tuesday. That's it. No, really. Like, if you guys ever watched one of, like, your local news station, the city hearings,
the emotional
yeah,
and taxing thing to stand up here as someone as part of the trans and gender diverse community.
My name is Katie. I'm from District 5, and I'm speaking in support of agenda items 10B and 14B.
You look like
Right now in our country, Trump is threatening the trans and gender diverse community.
Noticing people here are trying to control the rights of others, and that's not right. We should make...
I think it's like you're really gonna bring the kid in, and then like the parents like having the kid read this stuff. I mean, like you're really like, that's child abuse. It's like, it's one thing, like I know obviously like families are gonna have ideologies that they teach their kids, but it's like one thing to have your kid learn about this ideology, and it's another thing to like use them as your bullhorn, so you can have like some sort of like, I guess you could say like emotional upper hand, right? It's so weird. As your mouthpiece. Yeah, exactly. It's a prop.
Western sanctuary city for trans people. Everybody deserves to feel safe, and everybody needs to feel.
What if the kid wanted to? I think that in a lot of cases when kids want to do something, a parent sometimes needs to look at what the outcome of that thing is and then decide whether that's good for the kid in the long run. Because there's a reason why kids can't make decisions for themselves. And so what I think in a lot of cases is it's parents that groom their kids. And this isn't in like a sexual way, right? Necessarily. Okay. It's just parents that groom.
It's still weird. It's still. I get it. There's ways to groom your child in a positive way, but I feel like it's still weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. Can you just not let the child be the child and then grow to be whatever he or she wants to become? This butterfly really is seeking for some attention. I don't know if you guys see
their kids to be extremists in this way, and then of course the kids act this way because that's what they've been brought up to do. I mean, it's the same as like, I mean, a lot of the kids in like, I don't know, I mean, you could use it Joseph Kony's child arming, right?
Goodness.
I mean, like a lot of them were effectively groomed to be in
How
a
about
fun.
you? I'm about to kill a fly, yo. That's all I needed to do. I didn't want that to happen. Actually, yeah, I opened my windows. It's cold right now. And as you can see, it's kind of too bright inside. I don't think it's a butterfly. I think it's... Yeah. Let's move on.
You know, African army of God.
What did Africans
It's
do?
the same thing as in the Middle East. Like a lot of these like kids that are holding
What
like
did we do?
fake AK-47s, like they were groomed into this. Like they spawn. This is just bad spawn RNG. So like you shouldn't look at the kid and say like there's anything really like wrong that the kid's doing. And like yeah,
I have to be very honest. I don't like killing animals or being how I've been. I actually let him sit and have enjoyed, his time. But I felt like I was being annoyed. I felt like he was seeking my presence instead. Because he was coming right at me, and I'm like, you can just relax, man. I don't like to be touched. I don't like to be, physically annoyed, even by human beings. So you understand it that if some flies annoy me, I will tend to be very agitated. And I'm in no position to actually fight a fly. It's actually unfair. Considering how big I look. See, he's still alive. But if you come again at me, just know that you gonna have a tough time.
the kid wants to do it. Of course, the kid wants to do it because their entire life and the structure of their reward system is built around them reinforcing this behavior. So, of course, they're going to do it because they've been trained to do that.
I've lived here for 4 years, and there hasn't really been any changes in how people feel safe in the city. My birthday is this Saturday, and all I want is peace and for you to vote yes. Please don't let me down for my birthday. There's lots of queer people that I love, and to Candy Carlson, you should know to never call someone, I'm 7, and I know better. The kids are watching, and we're ready to vote you out.
Oh my gosh.
Bestaat er één pan voor iedereen? De milieubewuste, de enthousiaste recyclers en liefhebbers van lekker koken? Ze zijn allemaal dol op mij. T4Renew, gerecyclede pannen met keramische anti-aanbaklood. T4Renew, keramische anti-aanbakpannen.
De
vernieuwde Mazda CX-60
I
plug-in
still
hybrid.
support creative people.
Man. Oh my gosh. The kid did not read that? Yeah, I don't know what to say. 7 years old, exactly. Isn't this the same thing as Musk bringing his son to the Oval Cabinet? Both is not a place for a kid. I knew that there would be a low IQ person that would try to draw that correlation. So I already thought about what the difference was whenever I was saying it. Because, like, this is just, again, it's just a very, it's like an obvious, like, I'm not going to think about this at all or put any effort into it. But I'm just going to, like, try.
I think it's time for me to send some couple animals. The flies. Yes, sweetheart. You got him. Yep, we got him. Yep. Now I'll be undisturbed for at least a couple minutes. Without me killing. I thought he needed to relax. He needed to stay put, my guy.
To draw this correlation so I can, like double down on some perceived hypocrisy. It's totally different because his kid isn't speaking for him. His kid isn't being used to push any sort of agenda. They're not having the kid as a mouthpiece or a tool to advance an agenda. The kid is just simply there in the office that's participating in the event. So it's the difference between putting them front and center versus just literally having him there. It's emotional manipulation. Yeah, sure. And so, like, no, it's just, again, people love making comparisons like that. And, yeah, I guess so. Make this a safe space or I will make it an unsafe space. Jesus. I wonder what these people are going to do, man. I think they're going to ruin their own life, man. And X was there telling journalists to shut up, being paced. Yeah, but it's not like Elon was telling him to do that. He's just doing it on his own, right? Elon, let his kid be a kid instead of forcing him into adulthood. Yeah, exactly. I think that's also a really good way of saying it, too. I really like that. That's a good way of approaching it and saying it, absolutely. So, yeah, I mean, it's really kind of sad to see, holy fuck. It's sad to see stuff like this happen because I think a lot of these people are just straight up mentally ill and crazy. But,
nowadays, government
yeah,
don't protect no
insane,
people.
man.
They protect
It really is.
ideas.
Soms zijn we na het werk gewoon compleet af. Dan is het bij ons Wagner Pizza en je bent klaar.
De sensazione van Original Wagner bijvoorbeeld. Smaakt luchtig, krokant en...
Tell me, there were two of these motherfuckers. I thought I had him, but no, I'm sure I got it. This fly was being annoying.
Altijd lekker. Probeer het eens.
What's the difference between dressy casual and business casual?
Both mean leave your cargo shorts and flip-flops at home.
I don't own cargo shorts. I don't own flip-flops.
Mansions are something we still do not have in GTA Online. But what is the next best thing? Apartments. Throughout the rest of this video, I will be showing you the 10 best apartments in the game. Keep in mind, some of them are very expensive, and not much will change apart from maybe the interior if you are lucky. And for the 10th spot, we have the 4401 Procopio Drive. The price of this apartment will be $165,000, and the quality of it is medium end. This will be the only medium end apartment in this whole list, and honestly, I think it is probably the best medium end apartment. Just looking at this apartment from the outside, it honestly looks like a whole house. Essentially, it really is. Now, the reason I really like this apartment is, first of all, because it is just on the other side of the map, which means it can be quite useful for setting your spawn location over here. I would always recommend having at least one apartment or something on the other side of the map, or at least in Sandy Shores. They can come in quite useful. And with this apartment only costing $165,000,
Okay, this different. Let me see what happened the last couple minutes. Okay, 45 minutes to go. The missing Alaska
How many
plane
of y'all
wreckage
went?
discovery that shocked the world.
How many of y'all?
Just mid! It was mid! It was mid! It was nothing spectacular! Kendrick fans were just glazed. Just mid! It was mid! It was mid! It was nothing spectacular! Kendrick fans were just glazing him! Drake's had enough!
Chill out.
12 years ago, Serena Williams did a dance that nearly cost her her reputation. But at the Super Bowl, it made her a legend. I know everyone is talking about Kendrick Lamar and his fantastic performance, but consider Serena and her surprise performance. It happened at the Super Bowl, and it was bigger than just dance. You see, back in 2012, Serena did a crip walk after winning Olympic gold, and the backlash was swift. Fox Sports called it immature and classless. The LA Times said it should be separated from the violence associated with that dance. She was pressured to apologize, not for disrespecting anyone, not for breaking any rules, but for celebrating herself in a way that made certain people uncomfortable. Fast forward to the Super Bowl. Same dance, same Serena, but a completely different response. Why? The space that she was in.
Unity.
Surrounded by Kendrick Lamar and other black artists, unapologetically owning their culture, free to be joyful, free to be in that space, free to be herself.
Unity
That right there
means free.
is the story. It's not just about Serena, but
Not
it's
necessarily,
about
but sometimes
every
you
black woman
get you
and what
that-
they face every single
the aura.
day. Here's the reality. 79% of black women report feeling like they have to change their behavior at work just to make others comfortable. 54% of black women leaders say they feel pressure to adjust how they speak or even how they look. Meanwhile, studies show that workplaces with inclusive cultures are twice as likely to succeed financially. So what does this tell us? It tells us that this isn't about professionalism, it's about control. Black women are forced to shrink themselves to fit into spaces that were never built for them in the first place. And yet, when black women are given the space to just exist as they are, to celebrate, to express, to take up room, magic happens. And sometimes that magic looks like the greatest tennis player of all time doing this dance on the world's biggest stage while millions cheer. It's not just dancing. It's not just a viral moment. It's freedom.
Unifying.
And here's the question we need to sit with. Why does that freedom only exist in certain spaces?
Big game commercial. Have you got a website? Get your website. Donkey.actor. Nah, that could be any donkey. No, you're right. You're right. DonMosey.com, yeah. That's alright, that.
$133.5 million people watched King Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl performance, defeating the King of Pop's previously held record for the most watched NFL Super Bowl halftime show. All hail King Kendrick! Squabble up, America. Squabble up, because you can sit there and say it was one of the worst performances you've ever seen. That's because you missed the message. It was televised. They just picked the wrong guy. You know what I mean? Go back. So much symbolism in it. That's why it was so beautiful. It was controversial. It was on the edge. You had Samuel L. Jackson playing Uncle Sam. It was so thick. It was so thick. You had the guy who held the Palestinian and Sudan flag up that got arrested, got banned from the NFL. He's like, yeah, so if I choose to watch it by the TV, I will. Like, what up? What? It inspired so many people to just not give an AF, if you know what I mean. The way he looked at Drake, he's like, certified, A minor. I mean, come on. That performance was so thick with it. I love Kendrick. 133.5 million viewers. He set the record. Beat Michael Jackson. Yeah, this is Thriller. You know what I'm saying? Secret Service Sam Mount Sampson for president of TikTok.
I'm gonna say it. I didn't give a fuck about the Kendrick Lamar halftime show. It wasn't that I didn't like it. I didn't care either way. It looked like a pretty good show. I didn't pay much attention to it. But afterwards, finding out that there were hidden meanings behind stuff, I don't care. Spread your message. 100%. I'll tell you what I loved about it, though.
Tell us.
They didn't disgrace America to do it.
Sheesh.
They didn't use somebody else's flag. They didn't put down America. They used the American flag to spread a message about something they wanted to get out there. And I'm down for that. I don't care if I agree with the message or don't agree with the message. I don't even know the message that they were trying to put out there for real. But what I absolutely loved about it is they didn't put down the country that gave them the right to spread that message to begin with at the biggest stage that you could possibly be on, which is the Super Bowl halftime show. So, good job, Kendrick Lamar, and good job to everybody that put that show together. I didn't watch it. Thought it looked pretty cool of what I did watch, but the way you did it was absolutely the way that you're supposed to do it, with class. Don't care what the message is, do it with class. So good job on that.
Kendrick Lamar didn't just perform at the Super Bowl. He made a statement. His halftime show wasn't just about entertainment. It was about symbolism, storytelling, and pushing boundaries. The entire performance unfolded across 4 stages that were shaped like a PlayStation controller button. And that wasn't just a design choice. It was Lamar's way of showing his life as a video game, a journey through obstacles, survival, and resistance. While many people appreciated the artistry, others, especially some white viewers, felt confused or even uncomfortable. Some white folks watched and thought that was cool, but others dug deeper, listened to black voices breaking down the symbolism, and realized just how layered the performance was. The American flag imagery, the way the dancers moved, and the subtle nods to Lamar's ongoing themes, it was all intentional. But some white folks weren't just confused, they were angry. Some were upset that there were no white performers, no white dancers, no obvious appeal to white audiences. People who usually claim they don't see color suddenly saw it everywhere. But why did it bother them? Because this performance wasn't centered on them. It wasn't for them, by them, and about them. It didn't ask their permission, seek their approval, or cater to their comfort. And that's unsettling when you're used to being in control. Seeing Samuel L. Jackson as a black Uncle Sam, watching a show that didn't need whiteness at its center, that flipped the usual power dynamic. It puts whiteness in the position of the observed, and for some, that was too much. This is the same discomfort some people felt when a black man walked into the White House. The same outrage that erupts whenever black joy exists outside of white validation. Because black joy, self-sustained, unbothered, and fully free, has always been seen as a challenge to white supremacy. But here's the thing. Art doesn't have to center us for us to appreciate it. We don't have to fully understand something for it to be valuable. Curiosity and humility go a long way. And instead of reacting with fear or frustration, we can choose to learn. So today, I'm grateful for the voices that helped me see what I missed.
Nope.
And I'm thankful for the artists, the activists, the storytellers who challenged me to think beyond my own lens. Because last night, Kendrick Lamar didn't just put on a halftime show, but he put up a mirror. And what we saw in it, that's up to us.
So I'm coming across a lot of people who did not feel Kendrick Lamar's halftime performance last night. I have to say it might go down as my favorite halftime performance. I thought it was awesome, and I have a couple of reasons. Number one, I just think it's really funny that he wrote this diss track of Drake, and it's right up there with Hit 'Em Up as one of the great diss tracks of all time, right up there with No Vaseline. And it becomes so mainstream that if you're Drake, you're just sitting at home and you can't believe how your career has just crumbled apart. Not your career, but your reputation. And not only that, it reached a point where you're doing the least hip-hop thing possible, which is suing another artist for defamation. And you think, yeah, I'm going to sue him. And the next thing you know, this song, which is a direct aim at you, is being performed at the Super Bowl halftime show. And everyone knows the words. It's insane. Number two, the performance kind of reminded me.
Everybody was singing
back when
along.
Trump first became
Whites,
president, or
black,
right after Hillary lost.
everybody.
And Tribe Called Quest, shortly after the death of Phife Dawg, was a musical guest at Saturday Night Live. And they gave this really poignant, really blistering performance that kind of screamed, this is still our America. This isn't just your America. This is also our America. And I thought that that's what the Kendrick Lamar performance did, actually. In this whole backlash to DEI and this whole marginalization of minorities, the taking down of images in different government offices, promoting diversity, the stripping of government websites of stories of diverse people succeeding. You have Kendrick Lamar and this just absolutely hardcore, fantastic, that was my gate, showing of sort of, I don't even know, like pride and resilience as Trump was at the Super Bowl, even though I guess he left at that point. I thought it was awesome. And I also think Kendrick Lamar is awesome. I saw him with my son in concert a year and a half ago out in LA, and he was good. So, I loved it.
So far I'm hearing many Good comments.
CC of 7-Up, 1,5 liter voor maar 99
I don't know why I picked this video. You know, why people, it sounds so, whatever.
Kendrick Lamar has taught us anything is that you don't have to respond to disrespect straight away. You note it down in there, you bide your time, and then when the time is right, the whole world will see.
You think Kendrick Lamar is going to look that good in those jeans and we're not going to go and try them on? Bestie, but we're going right now. Hi, good to see you again. I just wanted to see if you guys have the Kendrick Lamar jeans.
Yes, we... Okay, here are the jeans that he wore, and then she's grabbing me the lighter wash that are actually my size. This is just the closest to my size. Didn't fit the dark wash over my thighs, but the lighter wash did fit. Now, what do we think? I'll give you a little spin. Listen, what's going on back there, okay? It's going on. I'm not surprised they fit really good because women's jeans just always fit better on men. Like, the jeans I wore in here, women's, they're from Mousy. Quite a different price tag, but still. We gotta do the true test, though. Say Drake, or should we just leave this one for Kendrick? Let me know.
All skin folk ain't skin folk. I love that. Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back to the channel. I hope you all are doing well. Thank you so much for your massive support. You are the reason as to why I always wake up every day to upload videos on YouTube. So I was going through the comment section in the morning when I woke up about the video I uploaded yesterday. So I came across a certain comment. That person asked me, Moses, why didn't you upload the video about white men reaction about Kendrick Lamar performance at the Super Bowl? Then I said, well, let me do a research. If I can get some videos, I'll upload for you. Unfortunately, I got them. And here they are. I'm so mesmerized how some white folks are diving deep into the black culture, black history, and understanding it. Now I'm coming to realize the main reason as to why black history should be taught in school so that majority of the people can understand it. You know what, guys? Black people are thriving in a land they were not destined to succeed, and this is annoying some people. But I love it because I know right now our ancestors must be so proud of us. They are so proud of us because their blood is still in us. Whether you are black from which continent, our ancestors are one. We are one blood, and we must know that. So, this performance by Kendrick Lamar, it was just awesome. It moved a lot of people. Do you know that anytime I want to go anywhere, in the house, any room, I just feel like I want to dance the way Kendrick was dancing. And I appreciate him because the moves, at least we can move the way he was moving, the simple moves. Unlike other difficult moves that you cannot move. This one, everyone can do it. I like it. At least I have a move that I can do at home when I'm alone or when I'm with my family. And again, guys, the jeans that Kendrick Lamar wore, the sales price are going
up
at an amazing speed because the demand is so high. You know,
He bought them jeans and people went for it.
There is a white man who went to the store and asked, do you have Kendrick Lamar jeans? I was like, damn, right now the bell-bottom jeans are Kendrick Lamar jeans, and I love it. You know, yesterday I went to my wardrobe and pulled mine out because it's been a while since I wore it. And when I saw it, it's something which is trending right now. So,
people are talking about the jeans. They should talk about the jacket and the snapback. It's not really a snapback, actually. It's a cap. It's a new era cap. He's trying to bringing back some new. Oh man, he's bringing back. He's bringing back fashion. The fashion that was so out. That was dead fashion. Nobody is wearing new era caps. You see this man wearing a new era cap on Super Bowl. Everybody is so into since from I think 2012, 15 until I don't know what 18 or 20 snapbacks were. I think they were like taking over the new eras. Still, new eras was like up there, but to see a person coming with this fashion, it's just this sick. It's dope. It's a simple. There is a lot of symbols in what he's wearing as well, which is dope.
Symbolism that was at by Kendrick Lamar. It had a great message. You know, an art, if you read it, if you watch it, it will always leave you thinking. Because if you don't think when you are reading an art, then you will not understand anything. Now, the performance, you've seen the American flag, you've seen the cycle, you've seen the ring, like almost everything. And the second guy in this clip who described how Serena Williams have gone through a lot, I just love his message because it was just epic. And to your surprise, some black folks just came out to criticize whatever Kendrick did, saying that it was disgusting. I was about to upload that video, but I said, no, let me start with this one. You know, I've seen several videos of the black folks mocking Kendrick Lamar that he did nothing. Like, seriously, if a brother have done something that is being appreciated by almost everyone globally, then you just come out from nowhere just because of hatred. This is
You might wonder why I was doing that.
No, make it make sense.
I was trying to expose
the hate
something that you guys can see.
It was just
you probably won't never see this. I'll show you this.
Do you think if this one got
if you see this,
majority of the white folks, the majority of the black folks moved, they just come
you might understand it.
Hatred,
but it's embedded in the blood. So I'm born with it. I don't have no tattoos.
Because, you know,
I'm not going to show you my hand. I'm only going to show you this.
Maybe for not all
I know you might probably read the message if I show you my full porn, so I'm not gonna do that.
The message all the time because it's just awesome. And I know wherever Drake is right now, he's feeling it. He is feeling it. And by the way, guys, have you seen whatever Kanye West have done? Is it the end of this day? Like, seriously, I don't know whether he's losing his mind or what's going on with him. But anyway, this video was
maybe I'm no.
And
just
to
kidding.
The white folks who are appreciating the black culture, please have your flowers because this is just
no, throw your flowers. Have your brains.
What happened today at the
which you didn't see of Real Madrid historical comeback against.
What happened today at the
Yeah, I have to be honest. Madrid are getting a little bit glazed at the moment. Rightfully so. I thought they lost. They actually took the game. They deserve the glazing. They absolutely deserve the glazing.
When I first saw Joker, for once in my life, I didn't feel so alone.
Do you remember this?
Notorious hacking war on Russia and is targeting Russian websites, they actually managed to hack into online printers and fax machines and all sorts of stuff, and they were sending through, well, not propaganda, I suppose, because the stuff they were sending through was true. You know, basically trying to inform the Russian people what Vladimir Putin was actually doing, because obviously the fact is they've got a state-owned media, and yeah, they're very much restricted what they can say. They couldn't stand up against Putin. Well, we're seeing this happen at the moment, aren't we? In the United States, with a coup orchestrated, well, by those who are pulling the strings of Donald Trump, and then you got obviously Elon Musk. Well, this particular hacker group is now warning the American people to really to stand up against what's going on. Now, I'd like to thank Norman, who's sent me over Secular Talk's video. But what I'll do is I'll skip him out a little bit. It's definitely worth watching, though, actually. I've been watching recently Secular Talk.
I have to say this. If you... I'm not going to start threatening people. But I know this. I know this. I don't care if you are male or female. You took my money. I'm on to you. I'm not afraid of no hackers. I'm not afraid of inflations. I'm not afraid of the amount of times that you're gonna call me to make it right. But just know this. I'm on to you.
He's a blingy lefty. He's, yeah, you'd think he works in Wall Street or something, but you know, he's pretty good. He swears a lot, so you might like him. You know, if you like Graham Hughes, you might like him, because Graham Hughes swears a lot as well. So let me just play this. Here we go.
And it looks like they are not playing around with.
This is Carl Klinsky from Secular Talk.
Elon Musk. So let's listen and then we'll react.
Greetings, citizens of the United States. The effects of Donald Trump's presidency are no longer distant warnings. They are here, unfolding before you. While many remain unaware, blinded by the administration's relentless efforts to suppress the truth, the rest of the world is watching, and it is responding. Long-standing alliances with key nations such as Canada and Mexico are fracturing inch by inch. The cracks are widening, and the global community is reassessing its trust in the United States. The question is no longer if, but when these relationships will collapse entirely. The consequences will be severe. Every imported product you rely on, everyday essentials, food, technology, will see skyrocketing prices, making even basic necessities unattainable for the average American. What you perceive as a simple rise in costs is, in reality, a calculated strategy. The plan? To systematically dismantle the lower class, to push those already struggling into the abyss of poverty where they will face an impossible choice. Perish or submit to servitude under the wealthy elite. Make no mistake, this is economic warfare, and the target is you. The recent ICE raids are not just about immigration enforcement, they are about control. The Trump administration seeks to reignite the flames of racial inequality and segregation-era policies, erasing diversity to craft a nation built on division and fear. These operations are disrupting local economies, forcing businesses to crumble, and ensuring the economic elimination of the working class. What follows is a society engineered to serve the interests of the few at the cost of the many. And as the oligarchy takes shape, another darker ideology is creeping into the mainstream. Fascist ideals, once whispered in the shadows, are now being openly embraced. Symbolism matters. Gestures matter. Elon Musk, a figure of immense influence, recently tested the waters with a gesture recognized worldwide as a Nazi salute. This was not an accident. It was a message, a challenge, a warning. But know this, the people are not silent. Despite the administration's best efforts to muzzle dissent, the voices of resistance grow louder. Trump's reckless overhauls, his purges of experienced government officials, his chaotic restructuring of critical infrastructure, have created vulnerabilities, weaknesses, entry points. This transition period is his greatest liability, but it is also our greatest opportunity. The rushed implementation of new systems, is fast approaching. The administration's arrogance blinds them to the fragility of their own system. Their overconfidence in their ability to silence dissent and erase opposition will be their undoing. We know where to look. We know how to strike. But understand this. Our intervention, no matter how disruptive, will only be a temporary roadblock unless you, the people, rise. This is your warning. This is your chance. The transition period is fleeting. And once they solidify their grip, your options will vanish. If you fail to act now, the cost of resistance will be far greater in the future. To those in power, think carefully. Your decisions now will determine your future. We are anonymous. We are legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
Damn, bro. Damn. So look.
Well, that is that. The anonymous group.
Bekijk mijn unieke collectie Griekse vakanties op elizawasheer.nl.
Yeah.
Tell us.
Now, you do need to take that seriously because they have done it before on more than one occasion where they're constantly hacking those who. Tyrannies, basically.
Yep.
That's what we're looking at in the United States. We're looking at the birth of a United States tyranny with Donald Trump at the helm. Well, I say he's at the helm. He probably doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah,
Let's be
no
fair,
clue.
it's just,
He's a puppet.
He's losing his mind, he is. But you've got Elon Musk there. Elon Musk, who is just literally ripping everything up. They've also got the mercenaries in federal buildings to prevent entry by pretty much anybody, and especially senators who want to talk to Elon Musk. You know, but I'm from the triple canopy. It's part of the second. I can't remember what it's called now, but anyway, they're founded in 2003. This is deeply concerning. The direction the country is going in the United States. This is bleeding over to other places as well. They feel, well, they can do it, so can we. Now, I don't think the likes of Keir Starmer's government would ever do anything like that. But we've got Nigel Farage rising in the ranks. Popularity. Hanging around with the farmers who he actually destroyed through his Brexit. And yet, he managed to swing them to his side. Hold on to him. Which makes zero sense to me. It really does.
And what is money, really?
So it's...
What is money, really? I value money. I value life. That's what I see, like money. If you take my money, I'm on to you.
Like Anonymous was saying, this is your chance. You need to stand up against
You see
these
money
people.
as credits. I see money to life.
It's no good to sit on your hands. You're allowing them to get away with it. You're allowing them to literally destroy what has taken centuries to build.
Mm.
Yeah, they have such as the 14th Amendment, for instance, was written in 1868. This is madness.
It is.
Absolute madness. Yet you're allowing it to go on. I know it's early days, but that's the whole point. The whole point is Donald Trump and his lackeys are acting fast. They're literally trying to destroy absolutely everything before you get a chance to act. There's all very well the courts trying to block this and the other, but there is nobody who's going to stop
do
them.
anything about it.
This is a coup d'etat against the people. You need to stand up against this. And stand up against them now, before it's too late. And you just, well, you become so desperate that you have to, well, it was like almost saying, servitude. You have to just follow, well, Handmaid's Tale. You know how they feel about women. They want to remove them from the workplace, especially positions of power. You know how they feel about black people. I know As you're rich, you'll be okay then, got plenty of money because you give it to Donald Trump. But otherwise, you're done for. Any minority groups, LGBTQ, well then, that's going to be banned. It's all time to act. And you need to act now, because it's frightening what's going on at the moment. Absolutely frightening. And it's happening fast. And before you just it builds up in your mind enough for you to act, it'll be too late. You just chance prefers a prepared mind. So get yourself prepared. Doodle.
Een droger. Aan de lijn was goed, maar het kan droger. Kies dus voor een droger abonnement bij Coolblue.
I'm gonna show you guys something that you probably didn't catch that I didn't see Jeremy mention. I'm gonna show you guys something that you probably didn't catch that I didn't see Jeremy mention.
PG Lane. I don't think I needed to explain this, but no, it was a um,
You guys remember this video that Kendrick Lamar put out in 2000? I think it was 19 or 20. It was right before.
but intentional or not, fans thought the necklace might also be a sneak references to the most brutal lyrics in Not Like Us, in which Lamar raps that Drake is trying to strike a chord, and is probably a fucking idiot.
Before he was about to drop an album, there was a commercial, and it played like this. Check this out. Do you guys remember this?
A minor, really.
This is the commercial.
Past, now, future.
And in the like halfway part or towards the end, Kendrick was on the top of a light pole. Remember this? And I'm showing you guys this for a reason. I'm going to show you how this relates to the Super Bowl in just a second. I just want you guys to remember this and get this back in your memory.
I'm gonna show you guys. See how much people's gonna pop in once they see a beautiful woman.
Take down the screen for me putting this on. So I got to put up a still shot of this video. But I want you guys to be able to catch this and see this, because I thought that part was significant. This scene right here, I'll show you one more time before we go to it, where Kendrick is laying on top of the light pole in the parking lot, and this woman down here is in the commercial, right? Now, we just explained how Serena Williams is an ex, and also SZA is an ex of Drake's. Now, what you guys probably missed is during the halftime show, they recreated this about halfway through the show, right? They recreated this scene, and I noticed it right away because I just have a good memory. But a lot of people forget that this happened. Let me see if I can put the still shot of it all. Let me see. And I think it was right before Kendrick put SZA on screen. Jeez, man, what's going on over here? All right, here, I got it. Give me 1 second. Let me put this on screen. It was right before SZA and
I do stream.
And Serena came on screen. Let me show you guys.
People are doing their research, man. They're finding everything, bro.
Check this out.
Oh shit. Holy shit. It actually happened.
Now, why would Kendrick Lamar recreate a scene from a commercial he did 5 years ago, right? And you see somebody, same outfit Kendrick was wearing, he back on top of the light pole, but they put it up there at the Super Bowl. The reason he recreated that is because this woman, I'm gonna show, that's the Super Bowl that's on the screen right now that you guys didn't know about. Now this is the commercial that Kendrick did previously. See it? You see guys see what I'm saying now? Now, the reason Kendrick recreated this at the Super Bowl is because
it has something to do with Drake.
That's in this video, that's in this commercial with Kendrick, is another one of Drake's exes.
Shit.
But she's the one, this woman, her name is Georgia Smith, Georgia. And Drake has a song called Georgia's Interlude. Hit the like button if you guys just come in here. If I'm giving you information you ain't think about, hit that like button for me. This woman's name is Georgia Smith. That's why Kendrick is recreating that in that scene.
Is she not the UK girl? A UK singer or whatever?
That Drake has been alleged of dating or trying to court while she was really young, and he ruined her singing career. Alleged.
Messed up.
He wrote some songs about her, and I'm gonna show you guys. She was 19 or something like that, and Drake was like 31. And this is probably why Kendrick is also saying, Drake, I heard you like I'm young, because Kendrick has a song with Georgia called I Am on the Black Panther album. So Kendrick tried to help her after Drake is alleged to have ruined this girl's career for not wanting to be with him. He actually has Drake has songs on More Life talking about this woman, allegedly. So if you guys remember that, then let me show you the lyrics. There was a song called Get It Together by Drake. And this is where he's talking about allegedly Georgia Smith. And he has a song called Georgia's Interlude too on the More Life album, where you guys can go back and do your research on that. But he said, hello, I've been hurt so many times. It got to a point when I decided I can't do this anymore. I need someone to hold me, need someone that needs me, need someone to love me. You need me to get that itch together so we can get together. You need me to get that itch together so we can get together. This is a Drake song. You know,
Drake sound delusional. Shit, you sound like you lost it badly. You just lost one. But okay, let me see. Okay, you know, we don't have to be dramatic, just romantic. Do all the little things that excite me as your woman. I'll give you a kiss goodnight over the phone. When you're working late, you're out of town, tell me how much you need this, because we deserve it. This is Drake. It's trash. Sorry. It really sounds very delusional. You're speaking to a girl like this. I mean, it sounds romantic and all that shit, but it sounds like you're down bad, bro. Yeah, that's how it sounds.
You don't have to be dramatic, just romantic. Do all little things, blah, 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 that excite me. So, there's this is the album that Drake was, when he was doing all that UK sound. That's the album they saying that, this is about Georgia Smith. So a lot of people missed that during the Super Bowl when you see Kendrick on that light pole, but he was recreating that commercial that he did with Georgia Smith, which is another one of the women that Drake, I think it's just funny how Drake tries to use women to be,
Voor mij is niks logisch in deze zaak. Ik ben onterecht veroordeeld. Die zaak moet heropend worden. Als dat
explain right here. Let me see what this is about.
Shit.
We watching this in real time, so.
Okay, now I'm done.
Alright, man, so today, man, we reacted to one of the best rappers I ever heard. He's really up and coming. His name.
No, I'm not going to do that.
This video is about to get very surgical, so stay with me. But damn, not Kai Cenat, bro. Now, I'm not a huge stream. This video is about to get very surgical, so stay with me. But damn, not Kai Cenat, bro. Now, I'm not a huge stream watcher, but Kai Cenat, the stunt you just pulled, bro, like, you lost a lot of credibility. You lost a lot of credibility.
What happened?
Because I'm trying to figure out what even caused you to say something like that. What even caused you to, like, put that out there in front of the world like that?
What did
I
you
don't
say?
understand. You see what I'm saying? And you've been debunked a million times since you posted it.
What
And
did
it
you
makes me
say?
wonder, are you also compromised? And I don't want to believe that because Kai Cenat, I've seen him stand on principle so many times, especially during the Kendrick and Drake beat, where a lot of streamers on that side were trying to get on Drake's good side. You see what I'm saying? And they might have liked Drake more, that's cool too. But Kai Cenat was calling it down the middle. Very few streamers did that. And it's like, damn, when you do this though, it just makes me wonder, what happened? What happened? What happened to the objectivity is what I'm trying to figure out. Let's talk about it. So before I get into the video, let me just show y'all what Kai Cenat said on his stream in front of thousands of people.
Je abonnement slapend laten verlengen bij je provider? Dat bepaal je zelf wel. Op mobiel.nl, de online shop voor telefoons en abonnementen van alle providers.
Sap dog.
Word to my mother. If anybody was there, y'all knew what. That was your mother. Y'all felt it. Crowd was making no noise. Kai Cenat also implied that the NFL planted fake noise. They planted fake noise in the video they uploaded. Do you understand the type of narrative you're creating when you say reckless stuff like that, bro? The NFL put crowd noise in the video? Are you serious? You gotta be kidding, bro. And before we even get to the fact check, I just want to show y'all how people are getting at Kai Cenat now. People are not falling for this stuff. A black man
A black man turned down another black man. Shake my head. Can't fake 134 million people tuning in though. We be real.
turn down another black man. Can't fake 134 million people. They doing everything to discredit Doc's greatness. Saying this during Black History Month is crazy. Another example of someone who could have just stayed out of it but had to. You see what I'm saying? We love you, Cobb, but you don't get to talk down or Kendrick has done too much for the culture. Know your place. I expect this coming from academics, but Kai, all this Kendrick stuff doesn't make sense to me. What's the problem? Like, bro, it's crazy. So let's pretend that there wasn't any crowd noise. Let's just pretend that was the case. Even if it wasn't, this is the Super Bowl. We're talking about, right? This is the first hip-hop artist to ever solo headline a Super Bowl. Hip-hop. Do you understand the predominant crowd in these Super Bowl audiences? And the people that watch the Super Bowl, this is a conservative sport. Why would they cheer for Kendrick Lamar? For what? Especially with what he was doing. This was the culture. They ain't never seen a culture on the big stage like this. Let's be honest. But that's only if there was no crowd noise. That's only if Kai Cenat some people say, well, he was in one of those VIP booths or whatever you call them, and that's probably why he couldn't hear the crowd. So that's probably why he felt that way. And he's just young and he made a mistake. Well, I would have bought that if this video I'm about to show y'all didn't exist. There are so many videos from celebrities just like that one in those booths where throughout the show you can hear the crowd reacting, singing songs, etc. Bruh. So I'm just like, I can't give Kaiser that excuse. He was the only celebrity who didn't hear nothing? Really? And the only person who's standing by him, the only celebrity I see standing by him in a situation is DJ Academics. And DJ Academics not even really a celebrity, bro. So I'm like, I can't give Kaiser that excuse. Now let's move on. My homegirl posted on Twitter, first of all, y'all go follow her on Twitter, bro, incredible page. But she had posted somebody's full halftime show point of view from the audience, right? And this is for the whole show, the squabble up to the GNX snippet the whole time. And bro, this video blatantly shows you that Kai Cenat is lying out of his mouth. And it's insane. Before I even show y'all the clips, is that crowd reaction I hear? Why are they always lying on God? Oh, but Kai Cenat said it was quiet. Where's this evidence? The crowd in minor isn't artificial. That's quite clear. Man, you might want to retract that statement. So the crowd wasn't there. Everybody saying it was boring, the people didn't like it, are straight up lying. The first people to get up and start singing the songs unapologetically were white people. I appreciate this point of view because people that are saying, you see what I'm saying? Fool said it was boring. Now let me show y'all some of the clips I took. There was a whole lot of noise right there. Let's do some more clips. Whoa! Like, bro, it was just a blatant lie. I just completely dismantled this entire narrative. This entire narrative, bro. And what I don't understand is, why? What's the point? What's the point of Kai Cenat getting up there and creating this narrative for people to run with in order to slander Kendrick Lamar's name? And I don't want to hear that he was in the VIP booths. So was the two other videos I showed y'all. It's loud as hell. Did y'all hear that TV off clip? Like, come on, that was deafening loud, bruh. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I'm disappointed in Kai Cenat. And I'm not gonna lie, I lost respect for Kai Cenat for this one, bro. I really did. Now, I might give him the benefit of the doubt and say maybe he just didn't hear it, bruh. You see what I'm saying? And he don't understand stuff. He don't understand the environment of where they were at, etc. But even if it wasn't a bunch of noise, it's like, bro, why does that matter? And on top of that, bro, it's like, you just blatantly lied. You should at least fact check. Telling them they added crowd noise to the video, it creates this idea that the whole industry in the world, NFL and NBA, is all just trying to push Kendrick all of a sudden. Like, it just doesn't make sense, bro. Kendrick Lamar defeated the biggest rapper in the world. These brands see an opportunity, and they're hopping on it. Just like they hopped on the when Meek Mill was getting clipped. They always gonna do that because hip-hop controls the narrative. But bro, ain't nobody putting no fake crowd noise in these videos. And you nasty for putting that goddamn narrative out there, bro. You need to retract that statement, dog. Because that's crazy. That's very crazy, bro. You just put yourself in an interesting situation, bro. Thank y'all for watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, I stand up.
People with content, bro. Swear to God, bro. It's almost man. Streaming like what? 2 hours long. It's up to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I stand up.
Don't you?
Tracy Drake is firing back. But not. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, that the legendary, what I'm calling it, the monumental hip hop moment of the Kendrick Super Bowl halftime show just happened. My favorite, if not one of my favorite performances. And obviously, you know Drake was going to respond to the Not Like Us, and but maybe not the way you thought he was going to. So, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to NFR Podcast. I keep telling y'all. And the reason why I say I am subscribed to them. The reason why I say I'm not subscribed is because I'm not on my personal stuff. But shout out to NFR Podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, so let's, Serena, I gotta mute a little bit just so I don't have to fight the copyright. It's not like us. We see Serena Williams hitting them the mean, that walk, buddy. And some people don't even understand the reference of this, because some people are like, oh yeah, she quick walking on Drake. It's like, yeah, of course she's firing at Drake because they're back and forth, which is hilarious that they're back and forth with Serena Williams. It's crazy. But also this is a reference of her famous when she was playing tennis. I can't remember. I think she won and she hit the wall. She's from Compton, you understand me? And this is a big moment for I love seeing this. This was, like I said, this wasn't even about Drake. This was just a big, huge moment for having her up here. We had 2 quick walks in the last Super Bowl. 2 Super Bowls and 2 quick walks. And y'all know Drake, Drizzy Drake, Aubrey Graham will never, ever, ever miss an opportunity to fire at a woman, to use a woman in a diss, or that nigga love him some. So on the plot twist Instagram, which is Drake Finster, he posted a picture. This is Serena Williams' manager, if you didn't know, her ex-manager. I really don't even understand what the full point of this was, but this is clearly like a shot at Serena after her being on the stage. And I don't know if he's saying like, oh, your people love me, or is this a subliminal that only he and Serena would understand? Regardless, it's just like, my nigga, just say Kendrick, man, bro. He had the entire world literally in unison screaming A-line, man. You can't go, the dude who was, that's like the dude who was, like, you got jumped, or you got whooped, not even jumped, you got whooped. Let's just talk about Kendrick. You got beat in a fight, right? And the dude's sister was cheering him on. The dude that was whooping his sister was like, get his ass. He was cheering the brother on to whoop you, right? But the brother's the one putting belt to ass, right? That's like after you get your ad work and you putting ice on your eyeball. That's like you being like, wait till I catch his sister. I swear to God, she was laughing too hard. She was cheering him on. You know what I'm saying? Not about the nigga who put hands and feet on his sister. I said no. And that's why it's just like, even with the pettiness, it's just like, man, I really wish like, y'all know me, I'm all okay with pettiness, especially in battle. What I don't like is like the constant, it feels like,
Rather not. I rather don't like the petty shit.
So, Drake posts Serena Williams, former
I've been watching like hours and hours of this pettiness. People going back and forth at each other.
and somebody said something. Shout out to
One thing I hate is back and forth conversation because I know it will never end.
why I feel like this is kind of wrong.
And people disagree with my opinion, so what? Fuck it. I'd rather leave the room and make you have, you know what I mean? Make you fight with yourself.
Or it's just not responding to them at all. You know what I mean? So it's, and then here's the one of these OVO people that clearly is a weird parasocial person. This is some of the stuff people are actually brain dead. Did we not witness him fight 20v1 all summer and shout out 2 women in the process? What? I don't even. What? I don't even understand that. Yes, 20v1. So attack the 20v1. Like, what does this? The battle is over. The 20v1 is over. So my thing is, y'all give niggas points for after. Let's even call it a 20v1. Let's say someone gets jumped by 20 people. And then after you get jumped by 20 people, the fight's over for months. You start attacking their girls, or you start using what? Then make fun of one of the 20v1 people that got you. And what does the 20v1 have to do with now? You can't use that as an excuse for the rest of his life of why he could attack their women. It makes you look weak. And these are the type of people where I go, yeah, you just.
How much money I get? I don't think there's a haircut out there that's worth $100. Holy fuck. Yo, I don't know. How much money I get? I don't think there's a haircut out there that's worth $100. Holy fuck. Yo, I don't know. I don't care. I don't care who you cut. You cut. I don't give a fuck. You cut fucking Thanos. I don't care. I don't ever. No, I'm sorry, bro.
I charge what I charge at the barber for a list of reasons. And the list of reasons goes way deeper than just the fact that you're getting a nice ass haircut. You feel me? First reason is I'm a professional. I put blood, sweat, and tears behind what I know, so I actually know what the fuck I'm doing. You feel me? I remember as a kid, my mom.
No, I'm not doing it.
This is why you never trade Luka Doncic away. Look at this play right here. Luka is one of the handful of guys who attracts this kind of attention in the NBA. And now the Lakers have two of them. First possession of the game, it's LeBron who penetrates inside and lobs it up to Jackson Hayes. 20 seconds later, Doncic gets his first touch in an LA uniform and
here's Doncic driving, puts it up instead. And Hayes with the slam. We know how Luka loves to lob it to his friends.
the crowd explodes in the first minute of the game. It's on. But before we dive deeper into his performance, let's
Now, I saw up into the Super Bowl halftime show. I thought it was fine. People get so opinionated about this. Listen to this. Now, I saw up into the Super Bowl halftime show. I thought it was fine. People get so opinionated about this. Listen to this.
One with probably zero musical capabilities think that Kendrick Lamar didn't deserve the halftime show.
I think he absolutely deserves the halftime show. I mean, he's a massive, massive musician. You look at this. Kendrick Lamar is the first rapper to cross 90 million monthly listeners on Spotify. He's overrated. See, here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with not liking Kendrick Lamar.
What do you mean? Only white people hated it. I didn't want to say it. As a
Only
white
white people.
passing person, I didn't want to say that.
She's saying that only white people didn't like the Super Bowl halftime show.
But you saying that and me repeating that message, I'm just going to let that sit. The
She read
people that I
chat.
saw with the
She obviously read
emoji, ain't nothing wrong with being a white man. That's not the point. My point is that, I feel like if you watched his performance and really took it in, you'd be like, there are some underlying messages that the performance is trying to convey, especially during Black History Month. So you're sitting there, again, being like, oh, I don't think he deserved it. It's just like, stop, please, please.
I don't know why people have to turn everything into a race war. There's people that just don't like Kendrick Lamar. If Kendrick Lamar has 90 million monthly listeners, obviously not every single black person listens to Kendrick Lamar. A lot of people that listen to Kendrick Lamar are not black. It's not a race war. Like, yeah, I'm sure there's some people that don't like Kendrick Lamar. They don't like black people. But, like, are we really going to use that as the default? What is this? It's so weird, bro. Like, it's so weird. What is this?
Please stop. Please. Please. Arrête. Please arrête. And if you don't know what that means stop in French. Now you know. Et les Français, ils savent ce que je veux dire. Ils disent aussi, arrête.
Why are people trying to make a race war over the halftime show? What is that? What is going on?
Shit. That's what it is. It's just you coming speaking French doesn't make it cursing. I could say putain. Would you take that? Do you understand that? Putain. I cannot say it. I'm not saying it to anyone. I'm just saying all these things don't leave us alone. It's almost time. I feel like I just want to go and watch a movie or whatever. It's nothing interesting on YouTube. So much shit. People shitting on each other, and then I stop it. Jay-Z's slave
From a
deal
dry
to get
canal
it.
in India that suddenly began filling with water, and a group of thrill seekers who had to escape an erupting volcano, to an 18-wheeler in Texas that T-boned a chemical tanker, and a harrowing Coast Guard rescue in the Pacific that helped catch a wanted criminal. Here are 10 more incredible moments caught on camera.
Jay-Z tried to sign me. And you tried to sign you and your group offered you 12 points. What are points in a rap? How do you know about this shit? You have some... You got some good... Nigga, this... We got to... Hey, look here. If you fly me.
I'm not gonna watch it now.
I wanted to learn something completely different about food, and Barcelona is the place to be.
Who knows that?
I'm not going to watch it now. UK and US refuses to sign international AI declaration. Actual photo.
Man, what's good with the collective? Y'all know we back with another banger, another.
I'm about to watch the Matthews, man.
How many of y'all went down that El Salvadorian prison rabbit hole? I know you did. Couldn't even go to sleep, since we talked about it. I know. It's it's easy, bro, to go down that rabbit hole and get stuck. Telling you, man. But listen, we're gonna get to the craziness, all right? So you know how this goes. Question everything. You should. And remember, this is for entertainment. Let's get to it.
Friends, I don't know if y'all seen the little video that been going around on TikTok about the El Salvador prison, right? So I just had to go down the rabbit hole, right? And I had to go do my little research. And I'm like, ooh. So the El Salvador correctional center, it houses almost like 44,000 inmates, right? And these are gang violent members that committed violent crimes. They are in a jail in El Salvador, right? Then once they get in the prison, right, they get like 30 minutes, like a religious, like a speaker come and speak to them, and they get, I guess it's included like with their little 30-minute workout. They don't see daylight. They cannot go outside. They sleep on these iron, like, I don't know what you call them, but the things they sleep on is iron. They don't give them any mattresses because they think they could hide objects like weapons under the mattresses, so they don't have that, right? They also give them like a sheet. They get one towel to shower, and that's it. That's it. They can't make no phone calls to loved ones, can't write any letters. Once they in there, they in there.
How many of y'all watch 60 Days In? I'm a 60 Days In fanatic, right? So the thing about that is, because you'll think, the first thing in your mind goes, wow, that's inhumane, right? Super inhumane. You can't do that, man. Do that to people. I agree with you, 1,000%. Then the other side of me be like, man, when I watch 60 Days In, they send those guards in there, and you see all the shanks and the different weapons they create and hide up under the mattress and different things to get at people when they want to. And it's like, bro, it's bad. Watch 60 Days In or something similar to that type of show.
So their crime can range, like the prime time is like 20 to 1,000 years. And like, you know how like down here you go to see the judge and you get your time? No, it's not like that. They go into this little room. It's like a TV, and from the TV, the judge or whoever, the correctional officer, give them their time. So it's like a virtual talk thing, right? But look like I was seeing look like Trump trying to make an agreement with the El Salvador president, right? And he's trying to get some of the people, like the violent people, like he was talking about the man that threw the man in front of the train in New York, like people like that should be shipped out this country in El Salvador jail. Like the immigrants that come here and commit crimes and deport them over there to El Salvador. But y'all, the rabbit hole, it goes down, and it was like El Salvador was like one of the largest crime areas ever, you know, and it was like per year used to be like almost like 1,000 and something murders to like now I think they say it's like 100 and something. They said the crime had went down tremendously. I guess from the new president that's now in office there. But they say I guess he been working on it like the last 3 years or whatever. So he has been working with the crime there. But y'all let me know if y'all went down a rabbit hole with the El Salvador prison. Y'all let me know, friends. And I'm gonna call y'all back later. Bye, friends. Happy Friday. Pick up the phone when I call y'all back. Bye.
I don't know if she's from New Orleans or not, but if she is, man, gotta love that New Orleans accent, bro. Accent gets you every time. Every time.
New Orleans.
But yeah, man, I heard the same information as well. I heard the crime was crazy out there, really, really bad. To now, after they've implemented this prison and these conditions, that crime has went down drastically.
It's crazy that some black people can notice each other's accent right away.
So, you know what I mean? We gotta talk about this. We gotta talk about this. Because on one hand, you got human rights. On the other hand, you don't want to see a lot of people continuously get killed or anything like that, or anything happen to people, or experiencing loved ones get, like, we all know areas of this country are really, really bad. Like, really, really bad. It's so bad that the police can't do nothing in certain areas. So, I don't know, man. This is a conversation that needs to be had.
This is shaping up as the worst flu season in more than 15 years since the swine flu pandemic of 2009. Take a look at the map. There are flu cases now in every state in the union, but the virus is most active in these 43, which have 97% of the U.S. population.
Those states with a high rate of flu include Indiana, and Janet Chamlian is in South Bend. Janet?
Good evening. As we made our way around the middle of the country reporting this week, we heard from doctors and nurses who told us that this year's flu season is hitting harder than any since before the pandemic. And that was certainly true when we visited Louisville. In the emergency room at Louisville's Norton Children's Hospital, we found the staff treating a surge of pediatric flu patients.
We've had more than 1,800 kids test positive this week, and it's only Wednesday.
Pediatric specialist Dr. Chris Bryant told us last week there were 3,000 flu cases.
How does this flu season compare to previous years? It's certainly worse. We are seeing extraordinarily high numbers of kids test positive for flu. It's worrisome.
Across the country, there have been more than 24 million flu cases this season. That's almost 10% more than this time last year. Fewer are dying, but flu-related hospital visits are up almost 25%. In Kentucky, teachers sanitized classrooms. Schools in Jefferson County went to remote learning, and schools in Bullitt County, a half-hour south of Louisville, have been closed since Wednesday to try to stop the spread. The percentage of children getting the flu vaccine is the lowest in 6 years. The CDC reports this year, fewer than half have been vaccinated. Do you think that vaccine hesitancy plays into some of these low rates?
I suspect vaccine hesitancy does play a role as well.
We also met Casey Hoover. She's a pediatric nurse and mom. When her daughter's symptoms turned serious, she grabbed for her phone.
I called immediately that morning, made an appointment to get her tested because I knew that was important.
How sick was Emerson?
She was really sick. I would say the sickest that she's ever been in her entire life.
Emerson is 6 years old. She contracted the virus despite getting a flu shot.
I think she would have been a lot sicker had we not gotten that flu vaccine.
Emerson is better, but still home because her elementary school closed this week after more than 20% of its students came down with the flu. Dr. Bryant had a message for families. It's not too late for a flu shot.
We tend to focus on flu as a respiratory viral illness, but some parents don't realize that it can cause seizures, even rarely an inflammation of the brain. And pediatricians are reporting cases of that across the U.S.
Here in South Bend, Indiana, home of the Fighting Irish, medical staff here at the Beacon Health System that told us that 15% of the people hospitalized right now, children and adults, are fighting some type of respiratory infection.
This is shaping up as the...
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, it's a lot of people sick right now. A lot. That's all you hear people talking about. And it's more than you've ever heard it before. Like, a lot of
season in more than 15.
Who did that? A lot of people are getting sick. And that's all you hear everybody, hey man, like my whole house. And it's running through the entire house. Whoever bring it home, it runs through the entire house and jumps on you.
Guys, I don't know about you, but it seems like just about everybody that I know is sick right now. I had about 4 or 5 coworkers already this week call out because they were sick. My mom was sick a couple of weeks ago. She had influenza A. My wife was sick in the house. She was dealing with some aches and pains, headaches, body aches, and all the other sort. Everybody, please just take care of yourselves. Hopefully, this all subsides soon, but there is something very troubling going on because it just seems like everybody is catching some illness.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have some breaking news to report. As you remember, earlier this morning, we brought you that information about a missing plane in Alaska that apparently had 10 passengers on board. Well, now the U.S. Coast Guard is telling us that they have located the debris field of the plane here, the U.S. Coast Guard Alaska, putting this photo out with this update moments ago, saying the U.S. Coast Guard has located an aircraft matching the description of the missing plane approximately 34 miles southeast of Nome. 3 individuals were found inside and reported to be deceased. They say our thoughts are with those affected by this tragic incident. Let's get you up to speed if you haven't been already here. Yes, let's take that photo full. You see there, that's what they believe to be the plane.
It's messed up.
Missing. So this is a very, very tragic set of circumstances here. According to the Associated Press, this is what we know. That small commuter plane flying over icy seas in western Alaska, that was just south of the Arctic Circle. You see its flight path there. With 10 people on board, experienced a sudden loss in elevation and speed just before it went missing, according to authorities. Rescuers searching by air also found, quote, some sort of item of interest on Friday, but now the U.S. Coast Guard is telling us that they believe they have located what they believe is the missing plane here. This was a Bering Air Cessna Caravan, a single-engine turboprop, and it was heading from a small remote village to Nome, Alaska, a distance of about 150 miles here. Now, according to the Coast Guard, there were not...
All right, my flight experts, how long is...
Big game commercial. Have you got a website? What's your website? Donkey.actor. Nah, that could be any donkey. No, you're right. You're right. DonMosey.com, yeah. That's alright, that.
Dirk wordt nog goedkoper. Want door scherp op onze kosten te letten, kunnen we de prijs van meerdere producten verlagen. Dus snel naar Dirk. Met deze week Pepsi, Sisi of 7-Up, 1,5 liter voor maar 99 cent. Op Dirk kun je rekenen.
Exterior tuinmeubelen. Hoe buiten, hoe beter. Dat is eindelijk
2 and 1. Let's go.
150 miles on a small single-engine Cessna plane like that. How long did that take? Because I'd imagine that would have been probably like a quick flight, right? Maybe? I don't know. I'm thinking that might have been a quick one.
9 passengers and a pilot on board when it disappeared Thursday afternoon over Alaska's Norton Sound. And so this is a very tragic update here. We're being told as well all 10 people on board the plane were adults, and the flight was a regularly scheduled commuter trip. I want to put up just the map here of Alaska as well, where the flight took off and where it was supposed to land. This was not a long flight by any means. Now, what is peculiar about this, now that the Coast Guard is telling us that they have found the debris field of the flight in question, that 3 people were found deceased inside the wreckage. We were told, though, that the flight had 10 people on board, and one of those was the pilot. So I don't have to say, you know, if you've been watching and you've been following the news throughout the last week and a half, that it has been a very, very sad, tragic, deadly period for U.S. aviation. 1 week ago today, we were on the air almost at this time, bringing you the just shocking, incredible scenes out of Northeast Philadelphia, when that medevac flight, that Learjet, fell from the sky, killing all 6 passengers on board, and killing someone in a car on the ground. And then, of course, we just passed the 1-week mark since American Airlines Flight 5342 collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter midair over the skies of the Potomac River near Reagan Airport in Washington. And so this is the latest update we are bringing to you of yet another flight mishap, flight crash here. I want to take this yet again. Take a look at that, though.
Good. See, look at that plane. Smaller than your commercial airplane, right? So why can't that plane be designed with some type of safeguard system that allows it to descend slowly when something happens, whether it be a fire, engine trouble, something? It allows it speaking. It shouldn't even be allowed to take flight without some type of safeguard system that allows
If there is malfunction, the plane should be able to go down at ease. Fix something, create some. Nobody ever thought about that.
saying it over and over until somebody listens and we fix this issue.
Nobody thought about when something happened, create a tool that can make the plane go down at ease. Because we are talking about 100 people. We are talking about human life. Most people care about the plane. Fuck the plane.
And so if we do get any more updates, we will be speaking to some local officials a little bit later on about this particular air disaster. But according to authorities, they held, remember, a virtual briefing today. We showed you that live. And they had determined that the plane experienced a sudden loss in elevation and speed just before it went missing. This was a Bering Air Cessna Caravan. It's a single-engine turboprop. And it was only flying about a distance of 150 miles. It disappeared just yesterday afternoon. It took off around 2:37 in the afternoon yesterday. And according to some of the maps that we brought you, I want to put this up from FlightAware. see how close it was to its destination before it was lost, before contact was lost. So if we get any more updates, whether via social media, in a statement, or on camera, we will definitely bring this to you here. Now, according to weather conditions at the time, there was light snow and fog with a temperature of 17 degrees. That's according to the National Weather Service in the area. Officials lost contact with the plane less than an hour after takeoff. The Coast Guard said the plane went missing 30 miles southeast of Nome, Alaska. It was also operating at its maximum passenger capacity. That's according to the airline's description of the plane.
I was gonna ask that too. For that size of a plane, 10 people. I was trying to wrap my head around and picture what that would look like in a plane like that.
I'm here in Winchester, and I go to the Circle K right here on Highway 74. I go in there, and I'm gonna buy some 4-piece chicken strips. And the lady, she's still by herself now because the girl just left for the day, and they have to sell the chicken warm. And I said that, you know, I wanted 4-piece chicken. And she said, oh, no, I can't get it. And I was like, why? And she was, because I have to sell it warm. And I'm all by myself, so I can't go do it. I said, fine then. So I go get a cold sandwich, you know, and I get back in line. The guy right in front of me, he said he goes buy something, whatever, and then he wants a propane tank. And by this time now, there's several people behind me in the line. So, but she goes outside and leaves the store unattended, you know, buy her, you know, to go do propane for this guy. So when she comes back in, I asked her, so, why is it that you can go outside, you do sell propane to this guy, but you can't go warm up 4-piece chicken strips for me? Oh, and she wouldn't answer. And you know why? It's because I was on EBT. It's unfair and it's not right. You know, and she wouldn't answer me at all. But I just.
So I'm seeing that everybody and their mother is upset that Trump is taking away the Department of Education. But the real question is, y'all are making all billions and billions of dollars every year. Yet kids have to pay for their own school lunches, for their own breakfast. They have to buy their own school supplies every year. The school does not provide nothing but old tables and chairs from 30 centuries ago. So where's that money being?
I gotta get some to eat. This is becoming a little bit too much for me. So. Oh shit. I need to get some nutrition. I like mathematics. Shit, I've been streaming for hours. You got a problem? Say that. Say that. I did that on purpose.
Use. This is our tax-paying money, but it's not going towards the schools. It's not going towards the Department of Education. So where is it really going? It's going into those people's pockets. That's the real reason why y'all are upset. Y'all won't be able to pocket those thousands and thousands of dollars that be going into our kids. And y'all don't even understand how much money it costs us taxpayers. Seriously. Even the school libraries. Listen, when I used to be in elementary school and middle school and high school, I don't think now one printer in the library worked. I mean, of course, we had them out with like 6, 7 of them. But when you try to use it, oh, it doesn't connect.
Issues. I
Honey,
remember
it's been
that.
3 years and still the printer don't work. That's sad. Y'all aren't using the money on the kids. Y'all aren't paying these teachers properly who teach these kids every single day. And y'all have the audacity to be upset about this. Like, I just finished watching that video of that security guard stopping all of those people from going into the building, and they're so upset. Like, what are y'all upset about? Because y'all won't get that money again? Like, I'm so glad that Trump is doing this. I don't know about y'all, but this is a very good thing because I'm so sick. I'm so sick of my money going into these rich people's pockets for what? When it should be going into our kids.
If this ain't proof enough, you will want to watch this video to the end. You've heard me talk about food that has been genetically modified, ultra-processed, highly processed, and bioengineered. But remember when I talked about lab-grown meat? Well, this is one that you want to see. When it comes to food that has been genetically modified, highly processed, ultra-processed, and bioengineered, we've known that they've now stripped out vitamins, minerals, and nutrients from food that have been genetically modified.
Okay. That's all right, that. Website. That? Yeah, I think you're good. Good. Get them away from you. Put you on a little diet. Clean.
Leef met de kracht van de natuur. Holland en Berg. De natuur.
Do you know that feeling coming home? Where you can talk to your mum and dad once again. Where the whole house smells child. Where you can sit down and will arguably the best food in the world. Yeah, that feeling. Wait. Cyprus is more than a home. It's walking through streets where history whispers from ancient walls. It's the sand between your toes and the sea breeze in the air. It's where love is being born and the sunset always promised. Home isn't just a place. It's a feeling.
But when we talk about lab-grown meat that's supposed to be better for the environment and better for us, how do we know that lab-grown meat is supposed to be better for us when we've already seen that genetically modified food has been stripped of vitamins, minerals, nutrients, and fiber? This is what I wanted you guys to see and look for. You see right here is where the food says hatched, raised, and harvested in the U.S. You want to purchase that, not lab-grown meat. Take note. If this ain't proof of...
Yeah, I gotta start doing better at reading the packages. You know, these packages are saying the things we need to look for. We just don't know what to look for, and it be in that fine print sometimes, or it just be small, and you just doing such a rush. And that's what be getting us a lot of times. We be be in such a rush, such a rush. We just grab it, throw it in the buggy, keep going. Grab it, throw it in the buggy, and we don't think about it until it's too late. So yeah, we gotta start paying attention to the labels more. Nah, what is that? And people just going on about their day like they don't see it. Yo, we gotta get unplugged out this matrix, man. This something ain't right. Something's wrong.
So I was
Great
looking
mind.
at that TikTok where they were talking about how some mayonnaises have a gray bottom. So I'm at the dollar store, so I'm gonna start checking these out. This is Chestnut Hill, the dollar store brand. That one's good. That one's good. Okay, now we're going over to Hellman's. I know what mayonnaise I'm not getting. Yuck.
That's good.
Never eaten mayo before, so I couldn't tell
I'm
you.
not eating mayo anymore
Mayo
nowadays.
fan, I'm like
Not
mayo
that
or
much.
anything like that, but I was definitely looking into this mayo crisis. And you can't really tell if it was just a reflection, but it did kind of look green inside there. So I don't know. Maybe y'all should start checking the bottoms of your mayo before you get them.
This is the scene right now on the railroad tracks out back or out front of our office. There's set the train on fire on the track. The Amtrak people got that gate locked. They can't get up there. There's so much smoke you can't even see the rest of the train.
Somebody put water on something, though. You can tell by that white smoke. So, hey, somebody's putting water on it. This looks like a lot of fire. Now, what's crazy about this is, I just saw somebody post a comment saying, well, with all this stuff going on in the air, Amtrak about to make a comeback and about to be booming. And then you see this. And you're like, okay, at this point, you can't win for losing.
You okay?
Hey, this is the length y'all go to try to keep somebody out the middle seat. Is it that bad? What's going on? What type of experiences have y'all had with that middle seat?
This is a virus, the pipivirus to be exact. It's a type of DNA genome virus, and it's classified as being a giant virus because it is very large. Now, what's interesting about this virus is how it was discovered from a ice core in Siberia. Now, researchers sampled a ice core from 30 feet down into the depths of the earth in Siberia, and what they came back with was ice containing this guy. Now, this ice core sample was from 30,000 years ago. So that means this virus was from 30,000 years ago, and yes, it is viable. It means it is still alive as much as a virus can be alive, and it is still infectious. Now, fortunately, thus far, this virus only affects amoebas. Now, amoebas are single-celled protists, which are very, very different than humans, so this virus is harmless to humans. However, it does raise some potential issues, that being the fact that it's still viable and infectious. Now, while this specific one can't harm us, there may be more that can. And with the permafrost rapidly melting, it may potentially release other viruses and even bacteria into the world that humans are not prepared for. This is a...
Yeah, that fear was unlocked for me several years ago. The fact that, just think about when we were talking about the icebergs melting out in Antarctica or Alaska or wherever it was, and it melting and it possibly containing a virus that could be released into the atmosphere that was 30 to 50,000 years old or however long this virus was trapped in there. and then when it melts, the ice melts, it releases it. Or it's so many different things that we have to worry about. It's to the point where some people are just like, you know what, I'm just not gonna worry. It is what it is. And you have to respect that because there's so many different things, this being one of them.
There was this really weird meeting room scam that happened at a hotel I worked at once. I was a front desk supervisor. Sorry, I meant to say housekeeping supervisor. I was a housekeeping supervisor working on a Sunday. It was just me and the front desk clerk at this point in time. It was probably 5 o'clock. I get a call on the radio that says, Katie, I need you to open the meeting room. The guys are here for their meeting. We didn't have a meeting scheduled, and I completely freaked out and thought, oh my God, someone forgot to let me know. I had no idea what condition this meeting room was in. It was very small. I knew I could get it cleaned up and set up quickly. So I go running down in the meeting room, and these two guys are already waiting outside the room saying, like, why isn't the room ready? Why isn't it open? And I said, I'm not sure. I'll take care of it. Let's just make sure everything's good. I went in the room. Luckily, it was clean, but it wasn't set up the way he wanted. So I went running down the front desk, and I'm like, what happened here? Like, I had no idea this was going on. And Tori at the front desk was like, I called our manager, Justin. He didn't answer yet. I called Lauren in the sales department. She hasn't answered yet. She's like, I'm looking through our sales book, and there's nothing scheduled. So we just thought maybe something slipped through the cracks. Now, my hotel didn't actually book meeting rooms. There was only one meeting room. It was tiny. We didn't do the booking for it. Corporate did it. So we always had a binder full of contracts and information about the meeting, the price, the people coming in, and the payment should have already been on file if they actually had a meeting, but they didn't. So we finally get a call back from Justin. He's like, we don't have any meetings scheduled. I went through my email and I found something from sales from a while ago saying these people never booked. So if they call the hotel to tell them they have to prepay for the meeting room, they never gave me a payment. And this had happened a couple days prior, maybe even a couple weeks. I can't remember, but nobody really looked into it. They were like, okay, maybe they just decided not to book with us. So I run back and I'm like, we don't have your information on file. And the guy's like, oh, corporate said that I can find the contract afterwards and pay afterwards. I knew right away that was BS. You can never do that. So I tell that to the manager, and he's like, while you guys have been checking on this, I Googled their company name, and they have an F rating on the BBB website. He was also looking up the two guys' names, and he was like, they have really bad reviews where they try to rip off companies. So he said, get them out of the hotel or get a payment from them. If they don't want to do it, you can call the police or I'll come to the hotel. So by this time, the meeting's already running. These two guys were running a meeting for newlyweds, and it was a business where they sold special knives, like kitchen knives, cooking knives, whatever. They were like fancy knives. So I take a peek in the room. The guy's like mid showing off these knives, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to go near him. But I kind of like eyed the other guy, his assistant, and I'm like, we need to talk. So the guy came out, and I was like, look, my manager is pissed. You guys didn't pay for this ahead of time. If you don't pay me now, I have to either call the police or call my manager to come down here. There's something really bad going on. I was just completely honest, because I was like, I don't know what else to say. I can't, like, sugarcoat this. So I get a debit card from him, and he says, do not charge this card today. This is my personal debit card. Please don't charge it. Like, I don't have enough money to cover this today, but I can give you a corporate card tomorrow. So I was like, sure thing, I'll take it and not charge it. And I didn't charge it, but I called my manager, my other manager, who was working the next morning, and I said, I'm not touching the card yet. They're only here for a couple hours, and they plan on coming back tomorrow, so maybe we should just charge it in the morning after you talk to corporate, because this was on a Sunday, and we were going to talk to corporate on Monday. So the next day, my managers called corporate. They're like, this guy was really hard to work with. He didn't want to sign anything. He's like, just go ahead and charge the card. We'll support you if he gets upset about it. So my manager charged the card, and not even an hour later, one of the guys called back screaming and cussing at her. He said some of the nastiest things to her that she said her feelings were actually hurt at the end of it because it was so personal and nasty. I mean, he was calling her names like ugly and whatnot, and I'm like, you haven't even seen the woman. Like, you don't even know what she looks like. Why are you going to call her ugly? And by the way, don't call her ugly. So she was like, F it. I charged the whole card for the whole stay. I was only going to do one.
How many of y'all thought it was something on the card? I actually thought it wasn't nothing on the card. I thought it was going to be a bogus car, but he was really serious about giving them a car. Why give somebody a car where they can have the potential of running it, and you already got something shady going on? I thought it wasn't going to be anything on the car. They were going to do their meeting and go, and you probably never saw them again. This is surprising at the end.
One night, only one meeting, but after he cussed me out, I charged him for the other meeting. And then he called back again, and they're yelling at each other, and he's like, I'm just not coming down there, I'm going to dispute this. And she's like, well, I'm going to call the bank and tell them you tried to rip us off. So we, of course, reported them to everyone we possibly could. They did not come back the next night for the meeting, But these couples were coming in trying to go to the meeting, and the front desk agent, who was alone again, was like, I'm really sorry, but that was canceled, and you should probably never work with these guys again. We looked them up. They're terrible people. Stay away from them. Turns out these couples paid the guy a deposit to be a part of this dumb meeting. Some pyramid scheme about wedding knives. So after that, we warned all the hotels in the area about him. Word gets around fast in the hotel industry. It's not that big, and most people that worked in hotels have worked in all the hotels in the city. So pretty sure their pictures were put up as hotels most wanted con artist. There was this real.
All right, so this is another scam we got to look out for, y'all. Wedding night scam. I don't even know how that fits in your wedding situation, but there you go.
Laten we beginnen. Ik heb plots een opzocht. Je moet gewoon weten waarvoor je doet.
Ik weet niet tegen wie. Ja, maar zo zit erbij huis. Wat ga je doen? Stream Dream School nu op NPO Start.
Dream School. Oh, leave me alone.
To all my peeps that use ChatGPT, I always mess that up. ChatGPT. To all my peeps that use it, right? I need y'all to try something. If you've been using it for quite some time, it's learning you. So when you get a second, ask it, type it out, ask it, what does it think about you, or ask it to describe the person you are, what type of person you are, something along those lines, and see what it tells you. You want to see something creepy? Check that out for me. All right, let's get to the crazy. All right, so listen, you know how this goes. Question everything. You should. And remember, this is for entertainment purposes only. Let's get to it.
Strange fog. Not even a serious thought. Looks like snow to me.
It's foggy as hell right now. I mean, it looks like Silent Hill in my fucking neighborhood. It is.
Bad news. The fog is getting thicker. And Leon is getting larger.
Let's see how many. Get some electrician. Back at it.
Listen, man, this fall, I thought it was gone. I hadn't been hearing a lot of people talk about it, but I was wrong. It ain't went nowhere. Nowhere. I need to go back to this video and get the names of cities so I know
Agriculture Department just approved 2 California companies to sell chicken grown in steel tanks using cells that come from an animal egg or a special bank of stored cells. The cell-cultivated chicken will first be available at a restaurant in San Francisco and another one in Washington, D.C. The age of lab-grown...
Yeah, don't eat that. Don't eat that. I know they probably done did what they did with it. It's probably too late now, but I still want to say it. Don't eat that. Now we gotta dissect our food, bro. I don't know what instruments we need to buy for the house. That way we can send it through something to see if it got bacteria, figure out a way to test it for chemicals, all before we eat it. That's what we need to design. Something to be able to extract a lot of bad things from the food, so it's at least to a safe point where we can eat it.
Is some of the shrimp you love eating contributing to the exploitation of women in India? Millions of women work in its expanding seafood industry, predominantly located in Andhra Pradesh, an industry bringing in $7.38 billion in the last fiscal year alone. Their largest buyers, the US and China. CNN spoke with migrant women who described shocking conditions in shrimp processing units in Andhra Pradesh. Some said they worked 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week, earning on average $130 per month, which is below India's minimum wage. They live within the factory premises, confined within boundary walls, some topped with electric fencing, and share cramped rooms with up to 50 others. A recruiter told CNN that even children under 14 are employed and hidden during inspections in large bungalows outside the factories. The Indian Authority for Marine Product Exports told CNN they welcome collaborative engagement to ensure all concerns are addressed. They say they're committed to protect labor rights. To learn more, go to CNN as equals.
Messed up.
Is some of the shrimp...
Well, y'all just ruined the low country boil for me now. That's definitely going to be on my mind the next time I have a low country boil. For y'all that don't know what that is, that's when you make the shrimp, sausage, potatoes, corn, and some people started putting all kind of other craziness in it. I would go as far as maybe putting crab leg in it. That's about as far as I go. People put eggs and all. And anyway, that's beside the point. Because y'all done got me hungry now. But, yeah, y'all don't have me thinking about that. But that's insane. How do we stop that?
Federal workers now have until Monday to decide whether to take a buyout after a Clinton-appointed judge extended that deadline.
I hope it ends there, too. The move comes as nearly all USAID employees are reported to be laid off tonight, with unions now suing the Trump administration over the sweeping cuts. They'll beg for over 1,000 to 300.
It's unbelievable. Lucas Thomason joins us live from Washington with the details. Good morning, Lucas.
Good morning, guys. Well, if you're a federal worker on the fence about taking the buyout, you have some more time to think it over. Not the case for thousands of USAID workers who face a midnight deadline tonight. Here's Secretary of State Marco Rubio on the cuts.
We're not trying to be disruptive to people's personal lives. We're not being punitive here. But this is the only way we've been able to get cooperation from USAID. I have preferred not to do it this way.
Hey,
When we tried to do it from the top
outside of everything I see, you got a clean tuxedo.
down by getting cooperation from the central office of USAID, what we found instead are people trying to use the system to sneak through payments and push through payments despite the stop order. The United States will be providing foreign aid, but it is going to be foreign aid that makes sense and is aligned with our national interests.
Now, USAID is being folded into the State Department, plans to keep only about 290 employees. More than 10,000 will lose their jobs tonight at midnight. Unions representing the workers say these actions have generated a global...
I don't care how you feel about the foreign aid, because I'm one of the ones who don't appreciate some of the stuff that our tax dollars are going to. But it's me that doesn't want to see nobody lose their job. If you've ever been on the other end of that, losing your job, being furloughed, trying to figure things out. Remember the furloughs that came several years back? Yeah, where you had to go home without pay.
Got the right fire, and everybody leaves. But got the wrong fire, and nobody died.
However long and stuff like that. Like, this is worse than that. Yeah, I'm never a fan and never will be happy that somebody's losing their job and their family has to try to figure out their next move. It's just not me.
Humanitarian crisis by abruptly halting the crucial work of USAID employees, grantees, and contractors.
I gotta be honest. When people in Europe, when people lose their job, they don't care. They really don't care whether you don't have a job tomorrow. Just figure it out for yourself. And he just said it. He's the type of person that would care when a person loses his job. You want to think like, how would he be able to survive the next day? Here, they don't care. You think like you just need to figure it out. I'm just looking around. I'm eating what I can until all this shit go down. We'll see who gonna help.
They have cost thousands of American jobs, and they have imperiled U.S. national security interests. Now, the U.S. Office of Personnel Management says, in compliance with court order, the deadline for federal employees to accept the deferred resignation program is being extended to Monday, February 10th, 11:59 p.m. Eastern. The program is not being blocked or canceled. The government will honor the deferred resignation offer. Now, we've put together a list of some of the things USAID is spending money on with your taxpayer dollars. Perhaps we get a few more turns on the scroll there. 1 million gender diverse support in Bangladesh, 1.8 million for Honduran LGBT group. Some of the bigger ticket items, 15 million for condoms to the Taliban, 19 million assisting migrants in Colombia. The list goes on and on. As you can see here, 3.3 million for a Caribbean LGBT group, 29 million for young and female working Egyptians, and 14.9 million for supporting LGBTQ in Cambodia, and 49 million for improving reading scores in Zambia. Now, some lawmakers on Capitol Hill, guys, seem to support USAID, and that includes Mississippi Senator Roger Wicker, who says USAID is important to countering Chinese influence, but he also acknowledges some of these spending programs are a bit wasteful, guys.
Right. Thanks so much, Lucas. So you would think it might work to their benefit to point out some of the programs that are dubious, to point out other ones that are necessary.
You know what I was talking about today? I was like, you know what? And I was thinking about this. I was like, you know why they don't teach budgeting and different things and spending and how not to get in debt over your head in school? Look at our country. Look at how much we're in debt. They don't know how to teach it. And if they do teach it, they ain't gonna teach us the right way. That was just something
40K federal employees accepted buyouts so far. 40K.
People for bringing it up. When, as Mark Thiessen writes today with Perspective, he said Warren Christopher, Secretary of State under Bill Clinton, was the first to say, these guys are out of control. Let's fold them into the State Department. Al Gore was going to do it, but he got massive pushback from USAID, and they said, okay, we'll fold. Senator Joni Ernst said, what are you guys spending your money on? You're looking as though you're not even going for American causes. You're going for anti-American causes. They threatened her. They told her to back off. And as Peggy Noonan writes, she says, of all the agencies being batted around, this one will remember the first one we recall the period in the history of the U.S. agencies for international development. Some of whose line items were spending was devoted to cultural imperialism. You have seen the list. USAID produced DEI musical in Ireland and everything we just saw. She says, when you look at what they are pushing in the world, you think they're not fighting anti-American feelings. They are causing anti-American feelings.
Well, I'm stunned that they have allowed the Republicans now to be the party of the people. When I say people, I mean the American people. If there was an argument to be made of some program internationally that you want to fight for, you could just go to the president of the White House and say, can we at least just keep this program? But that's not the argument that they're making. They want to keep all of the programs from the U.S., even though it's fraud, waste, and abuse going on, in place. And I just don't think this is... Of course they're not going to win against the Republicans, but they're not going to win with the American people. They're not going to have all these Americans calling and protesting to keep programs of foreign governments.
You're going to have progressive people that want to keep all of those programs, that
All of them.
scroll of list. But the common sense, middle of the road, Democrat or Republican is going to say, and all the Republican Party is going to say, stop wasting our money. We're in debt. We're giving money to these programs that we don't agree with to other countries. They don't need these programs. Some of them, yes, maybe, and there's an argument for that. If it's feeding children or if it's preventing HIV from a child from getting HIV and they're allowed
Schools over there and stuff like that. I heard when they said schools, that one didn't bother me like that. But it was other things that bother you. Like, why
There are other things that you look up and you're like,
I can understand
brother.
schools and helping children get educated. But some of that other stuff, you're like, what?
and to send that drug
There's
over
no
or
new
whatever.
funding
I
on
get
that.
it, but these programs,
I may be
it's
wrong.
so much waste, and the Democrats, what are they scared of? Are they scared to save money? Are they scared that we'll pull back the curtain and actually see how progressive these Democrats really are? They don't want this done, and it just baffles most Americans.
So here's Joe Rogan saying, hey guys, this is what America voted for.
What's fascinating right now is we're getting a chance to see what happens when you take a business approach to the government. The same people that say we need radical change. We need radical change. We've got corruption. We need radical change. Okay, well, here's your radical change. We don't need this. But you do. The government does. They need oversight. And they haven't had that. And because of that, you're seeing this not just waste. You can call it waste, but it's deeper. It's deeper than waste. It's corruption. And you're seeing that corruption get weeded out.
Some of the people...
Well, if you've ever had, like, an accountant or know somebody who has had an accountant or a business that... Sometimes you hear people say, listen, you need to audit the accountant. You need to audit this person or that's working for you or something like that. They need to be audited to see where there's room to cut and wasteful spending happening. You audit yourselves in your household to be like, okay, how many subscriptions do I have? I got a Netflix subscription, I got a Hulu subscription, do we need all of this? Are you possibly watching all of this? No, we're not. Let's cut that. You know what I mean? That's what needs to happen to be able to say, okay,
Yeah, I can continue.
this deficit down. How do we get out of this debt that we're in?
People working for Elon Musk Group, Doge, are in their 20s. So what is wrong with 20-year-olds? Have you talked to them in terms of being... the Silicon Valley is populated by mostly 20-year-olds, 20 to 30-year-olds. This is their generation. This is intuitive to them. They're great at it, and they helped Elon Musk build 7 major companies that made him the richest person in the world. So between 40 and 60,000 workers have applied for the 6-month buyout. So they're examining whether we can do that or not. Bottom line is, our federal structure is too big, so in any company, you have to pare it down. When your number one expenditure is paying the debt on money you owe, this has to be the focus. But if you look at the left, all they're doing is mocking Elon Musk, one of the smartest, richest people in the world, and ripping 20-year-olds because they're examining the Treasury. So I hope the judges don't get in the way of this paring down and slimming down of the government.
Well, I just know that well, they ripping people too because they don't want to see people lose their jobs. You know what I mean? If there was somewhere we could place these people that are out of a job, essentially, then, you know what I mean? You probably wouldn't hear so many people criticizing. People are going to criticize regardless, but some of it wouldn't be that much of a leg to stand on. But people losing their jobs have a lot of people in uproar as well.
Executive branch has large discretion over these funds. And when I look at all the crises in America that we're currently experiencing, we can go all the way back to Ohio, East Palestine. Were there protests advocating for those people? Have there been protests in Los Angeles for the rebuild? North Carolina, have we seen people assemble to give those folks the funds that they need? They have not. And I think it's a slap in the face of the American people. And one viewer came on the Martha show yesterday, and I'm not saying this is true, but the viewer said, are they getting money? Like, why are they so passionate? For the average day American at home, this is an independent voter. It's just like, why are they like this? Are they getting kickbacks or something? They're so passionate about this money.
Next up, the NGOs. They're examining what's going on there.
We need that, right? Okay, and Joe Rogan's right. It's corruption. It's more than waste.
So I turned my EBT assistance into a career, and if I did it, you could do it too. I will never in my
the best business move I've ever done. I give out classes on how to do this. And for every single person that gets approved, I get a percentage of their benefits. And that is exactly
People
why
are
I
in
get
trouble.
back to
She's
work, because
giving lessons on how to just
apply for food stamps. So I give you hints and tips and tricks on how to get approved. And your way of saying thank you to me
sitting on the
is
sideline
giving me a
doing nothing.
percentage of your EBT card. It's a win-win for all of us. So I turned my EBT assistance.
You're talking about a modern day hero. She's a steward of sorts. She is, you know, I don't have any more adjectives to describe her, you know? I'm oblivious. You want somebody to be mad at? Or are you upset at what's happening with the programs? This type of thing has been happening. She says she's done this for 14 years. Like, her EBT scam is almost able to get a driver's license. That's how old the scam is.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. That's, wow.
Oh my God. Hold on, y'all. I got big news. Hold on. Y'all know I've been scared. Y'all know it's better today, y'all. So we finna check it out, okay? We finna see this Trump put his foot down, or we're gonna be able to eat better.
Para español, marque 2 de la dedilla. Enter your 16-digit card number.
I'm hungry.
Please enter your PIN.
I'm hungry.
The pound key.
I'm hungry. I want a tomahawk. I want some crab legs. Oh, Lord, please. God, I believe I got...
Balance is $292.17. To hear that again.
Let me get my crop. Let me get my purse.
A flight in Alaska has went missing, and they are counting on you guys to not have your thinking caps on and to have very critical thinking skills. Because anyone who could see what's going on with these flights and these airlines will be able to reasonably deduce that this stuff cannot just be coincidence. I've been alive for 2 decades. You have been alive for however long you've been. And you guys know that things with planes and airlines and flights do not happen this frequently. They don't. So there has to be a bigger picture. There has to be a hidden agenda. And I'm not even trying to just reach for something that's not attainable. It's legitimately crazy. They are doing things behind the scenes and they don't want you to think about it. They just want you to be in fear over it. How does a flight go missing, bro? Like, can you tell me that? Could somebody let me know? How does a flight go missing? I have never seen this before. I've never seen so many flights have all these complications. What's the motive here? Like, I'm just not buying it. There has to be an ulterior motive. There has to be some sort of
They found it.
I've never seen this sort of stuff happen with flights. And another thing, this stuff could have been happening for many decades, but people just not getting reported. Why is it new?
They found it.
Alright, so what we got?
Dus snel naar Dirk. Met deze
What
week
does he sound
Pepsi,
funny?
Sisi
Want to
of
sleep?
7-Up, anderhalve liter, voor 99 cent. Op Dirk kun je
Oh, I'm gonna watch a movie
So
or
what we got
whatever.
next, man? What's popping on the radar? What's good, y'all?
25 minutes.
Kanye West. We lost him, guys.
He's
I think we
gone.
lost him a while ago, but we really lost him. As of recently, y'all don't know, Kanye West has been, he's been saying a lot of random wild stuff. It's really, I don't know, it's confusing. This is not the first time he's had this whole Twitter rant and just started saying dumb shit, but it's not even about the music anymore. It's more about the antics. And we've lost Ye for quite some time. So we're gonna check out a video talking about this. Give a proper shout out to Tommy NFG on YouTube. So we're gonna check this out. What? That's how it sounds? Yeah. So we're gonna check this out and see what's going on here for those who don't.
Man, oh man, the end of the road. Never will we make it here.
Okay, that's
here. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just witnessed one of the greatest artists of our lifetime. An artist who documented his success and knew he was going to make it from the start. Someone whose story inspired millions out there and whose music changed music as we know it. Single-handedly crumbled his own empire himself. I think we're witnessing history because I've truly never seen a musician of Kanye's caliber ever go downhill like him. Kanye's most recent crash out proves to us that his skill isn't just about
I don't know if y'all seen
Kanye's most
Yeah, look at this. This just, he was just going just in.
Let me read this. Let me go to this rabbit hole. I don't see when it's about Kanye. So my size is not. He says, Kanye says, be clear. I'm not gonna say that. Don't rhyme. This is a free country, and this is my opinion. You abort black children for stem cells abortion is murder and it's pushed onto the black and Latino communities. It's enough. It promotes obesity and all shit. It is the fat lose weight, then they lose their accept for Adele because she actually has another talent than being used. I'm never apologizing for my comments. I can say whatever the fuck I wanna say forever. Where's my apology for freezing my accounts? Suck my dick. How's that for an apology? We lost Kanye. We lost Kanye.
Saying, you know you're losing it when you're typing in all caps. Yep, yelling. Yep, like you want to hear you screaming. Yeah, it's
You know what? I'm gonna show you guys this shit. Shit. I don't promote this, but yeah.
I'm gonna be fully honest. I think the world owes Kim Kardashian an apology. The amount of hate people gave Kim for keeping her kids away from Kanye was huge. And I'm not gonna lie, I was one of those people hated. So I give my sincere apologies to Kim Kardashian because you were right. Kanye made these videos back in 2022 complaining that Kim wouldn't let him see his kids. I'm saying back then like it was ancient times. It was really 3 years ago. But for Kanye, that's like 4 lifetimes and 5 schizo eras. At that time, everyone was hating on Kim because even though Kanye was still known for saying some crazy stuff then. Well, Harriet Tubman never actually agreed to say. He just had the slaves go work for other white people. Yo, we leaving right now. It was recorded.
Yo, we're leaving. We're leaving.
Pack up.
It's time. I just didn't understand.
How can you?
completely separated. So when I send a song or a sample to my engineers, I just say JS AI, like they had a website.
I don't think he understands the reason why people don't like AI and what it brings to music is because it's lazy. The point of music is to craft artistic sounds. And people want to feel the emotion from that person's vision. Like I'm imagining Runaway, one of Kanye's most emotional songs and its layered meaning. If it was made using AI, no one would be able to feel those emotions. It might get some of the vocals right and instrumental, but humans can feel other humans' emotions and can tell. That's why with AI art, it's pretty obvious to tell it's AI and looks weird to people. And when he's talking about auto-tune, he's right. At first, people didn't like auto-tune. But the difference between auto-tune and AI is
Yo to you, Nolan.
human action. You actually have to record vocals.
What's up to you? What's up? What's up? I was about to go to sleep, but seemingly you're in it. What's up to you, man? How you doing? I was about to get off in a few minutes. Yeah, I'm finishing this video about Kanye. Kanye tweets. Kanye being saying a lot of shit. And nice to you.
Don't want it, don't need it. Keep it in the trash. Look at this nigga, bro.
How can you bump on something that is so trash? How can you nod your head on something that is really trash?
He could have someone ghostwrite some lyrics for him, have someone record a reference track for him, then use an AI voice recognition. I would think Kanye would be the one person against AI in music, considering how much he cares about the craft. In actuality, Kanye cared about the music craft, and Ye is the degenerate who doesn't care about his well-being or the people around him.
I agree.
Pointing out after his recent crash out that his wife actually might have something to do with it. We all know that Kanye got diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 2016, which was kind of a blessing for him because anytime he lashed out in public, his fans could just blame it on his bipolar. But recently on the interview with Justin Bieber, he claimed he actually was misdiagnosed and has autism, and that his wife suggests that she thinks he doesn't have bipolar because she's seen it before.
To do that, because you say something about your personality doesn't feel like it's bipolar. I've seen bipolar before. I've seen you that so I've seen bipolar before, and come to find out it's really the case of autism that I have. And autism takes you to a Rain Man thing where you're like, you take medication, does it work for you? What gets you out of? I haven't taken.
Life's been life's been great, man. I appreciate you for asking, bro. What about how's your life? I mean, how's everything going? How's parents and everything?
It's looking more like schizophrenic. And coincidentally, this episode came out on February 4th, 3 days before he
How's fam? Not necessarily parents. You can also just, but mostly, how are you doing? How's
Bianca, thanks Raw Naked Chicken Wing. You ruined it. All I'm saying is someone stop this bullshit ASAP. The worst tweet has got to be him saying Virgil actually.
and tell me something that I missed, something that I don't know.
And for some reason, Kanye's always held some type of envy against him because Virgil became the fashion director at Louis Vuitton and he didn't. I think their decision was based off a couple of things. One probably being they didn't want to pick the guy that was going to risk tweeting out.
At the moment, I was just watching In the Clutch. I don't know if you are familiar with these guys.
Virgil's first show and hugged him. Deep down inside, he wished that was him, and I guess he never let it go. But you can't be happy for your homie, even if something like this happened with my close friend.
That's nice.
Initially, or wish I wanted.
And did you?
Be happy for them. Like y'all saw each other go from nothing to being the biggest fashion leaders. And Kanye already had Yeezys, which was already successful.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Wanting him to rule everything. Also saying he stole my position in culture strategically is so egocentric. Like you're the one who literally hired him to be on your team years ago.
But I say, how did that went? How did the economy test went? And don't tell me that there were any questions about Trump or any. I just.
You hate to see that,
Yeah,
man.
that's good. That's good. I like to hear that. I like to hear that.
And you just disrespect them like that, like they don't have a family and people. Yeah, like that's
You have to. You have to stay
yeah,
confident,
you
man.
get deactivated. So I don't know if it was forcibly
And
you
but
know,
what about the challenge? What about the
never
challenge?
really
If you
happened
remember,
or someone in his team or somebody deactivated it, but nah, bro, that's not
you
gonna work.
remember I asked a couple of my subs to create some relics or some anything, video, anything in anything creative, melodically.
Also, the amount of Jew tweets, like,
Yeah.
holy, Kanye could trip on a rock in a deserted mountain and he's going, ah, dang, that's gotta
Okay,
be the work of a He can't make up
I
a
mean,
story. He goes on
I'm about to
TikTok,
go
multiple tweets to then editing them
in
with
like 10 minutes, I think.
on
But
the Instagram feed for people
um,
to watch. I know people probably
yeah,
threw up on
please
Facebook
post it.
after that
I
tweet.
won't be able to watch it because I'm about to
Kanye
sleep in
also
in
ruined the
10 minutes.
backstory of Kanye and
Um,
destroyed his family.
but please
Sad
post it
too.
on your channel, and I'll go and watch it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll get on live and I'll watch it because there is also another video of another subscriber on my channel. I'm willing to post it today or maybe tomorrow at the same time because yeah, I don't know. She accepted the challenge and I appreciate that. And if you say you wrote the song, then and you're willing to post it, then yeah, I'm willing to repost it onto my community and show people that there is a lot of talented people.
Make me listen to a couple of fire Diddy songs. Do those even exist? Now that I think of it, I can't even name 3 Diddy songs. Can y'all? And you know for a fact he's heard stories in the past about how terrible Diddy
We
is.
don't need no
He
AI.
probably heard it before we did too. He's been in the top of the industry that long, and his best friend was Jay-Z. And then he's gonna tweet out, "We love you, Puff." No, no, no. You are not the voice of the unheard. Maybe you were in the past, but I did not sign off on that. Then he goes on to defend R. Kelly and say the age of parental consent in Massachusetts is 14, which
Okay, take your time with recording. Take your time with recording because the girl that showed me her video today, well, she actually covered a song, a Japanese song, and yeah, it sounded pretty good. And but she covered it and posted onto our channel, and it sounded really amazing. And I want to repost it onto my community, and hopefully, yeah, you just give some like later on if I post it. You know, support each other. I like that. But take your time with take your time with recording, and no pressure.
she got community noted on and it isn't even true. I think he feels the industry him over and set him up. So everyone who's been accused and convicted of something from the industry has also been set up and they only had it happen to them because of
Yeah, yeah, Kanye is fucked up.
You know there's no comeback from this rant when Travis Scott and Tyler the Creator unfollowed him. Bro, I know for a fact.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that they unfollowed him. Yeah. 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 And we don't know what type of conversations they have with him in person. Maybe they reached out. Yeah, maybe he reached out like, hey bro, you gotta chill, bro, you tripping, and maybe Ye wasn't receptive and he's like, you know what, all right, I tried to reach out to you, I'm out.
Because the real ones ain't gonna try to say what they did publicly.
Yeah, no, you don't have to say, oh, I tried to reach out, and this is why I'm doing this. Nah, you handle it. If y'all was cool behind the scenes, you handle it behind the scenes. If things don't change or get better, hey, just remove yourself. Because at the end of the day, these are brands. You're a brand. And you associating with, so even take the brand stuff off. Just some of the stuff that they're saying.
Yeah, at least have a dignity. You are a human being, and you have to understand, sympathize a little bit. You know what I mean? With
All the
you know,
controversy and it's always held down that he's his hero. After this, I can't see him saying it anymore without facing some type of backlash. And
never degrade others. Never degrade others, so that you can be on a better position. It's messed up.
friends and family and only have his naked wife. Saying you only tour for the money.
It's like it's bullying, but with extra steps.
He's basically spitting in your face and saying he's only interacting with you for the money. But best believe if he has a tour, people will still be writing about it. And him managing to get the Super Bowl ad still after everything. after the ad and just have a swastika shirt up. Someone at Fox is getting paid. This could have easily been prevented. They finally shut the store down after 16 hours of it being up. And yes, Kanye, we know.
And some people cannot admit it. That's the crazy thing. It's good that you learned that, but I say some people cannot admit it that when they are being bullies, and they just cannot stop themselves from they cannot stop themselves from just calm down. Actually, you are being gentle is what is appreciated, what people love, what people want to be surrounded with. Being gentle, have a gentle, aura. It's what people want in the society. It's not the bulliness. It's not that extra testosterone that you need to have. It's not that extra muscles that you need to show off. And I work out every day, but I'm not willing to show my my muscles. I'm doing it just for my mental state. It will help you out if you do it for yourself. If you do it to better yourself. If you do it to just if you say you want to do it to look good, it's possible. You know what I mean? But it's good for you. But if you are doing it so that you can make other people's feel less, it's really sad. I feel sad for those peoples because you could actually be greater. You can actually be very buffed, and people would appreciate your aura.
$7 billion, which meant that he's now more richer than he was before with his sponsorships and deals. So he saw this and saw Elon Musk Twitter and realized he made a comeback while saying the most crazy ever. And now that no one can stop him, he would just say what he wants and he'll still be a billionaire. If this was the stuff he always wanted to say, then he's always been psychotic. Because what do you mean just because you're a billionaire?
I encourage everybody to just to just be to understand that side of that it's meaningless. It's meaningless to be it's meaningless to show off to show off too much. It's meaningless to be confrontational, to be provocative type of person. It's meaningless. You know? You won't grow out of it. You won't. Maybe okay. Kanye is getting paid for it, but even I don't know. I don't know. It's meaningless. It's meaningless. He gets paid for it, but the next day he will lose billions or billions of followers or fans. There'll still be some stuck around, but those don't understand. They don't understand that rap is about provocation. It's about what can I say about you that makes you feel less, so that I could win a fight. I could win this debate about me and you, about who's better, me between us two. Rap is about that. I think if you noticed, Kendrick is winning because of provocation. He provoked he provoked Drake multiple times. Well, it started from Drake, and Kendrick was like, I'm tired of it. Now I'm going to do exactly the same what you're doing to the rest, and it's working. Rap is about provocation, but he at least he understands that if you listen to Kendrick really, then you understand that he doesn't want to be that type of person, but he has been surrounded with people who are always like provocative. They always like to entice each other, and that's why he will probably win the fight, and that's the reason why he won it.
This is what you always wanted to say. I'm trying to think if I'm in the same position and feel the same way. I'm not sending out these tweets still because these are not in my thoughts through the day. I'm not casually thinking that R. Kelly and Diddy should be free. If you're asking what I'm gonna do, considering my glazing of Kanye in the past, that music is still getting blasted. I'm sorry, he will be my number one artist.
Hey, nah, you know what I mean? The whole Kanye music.
But but Kendrick isn't a person that has that, he actually likes, if you listen to his songs a lot, it's all about encouragement, it's all about, unity, it's all about bringing people together. So definitely his community. And sadly he's in a spot where he's supposed to act like the tougher guy. And definitely if you grew up in an area where gang banging is like, it's a thing, then yeah, you you understand where you're coming from. You understand how you need to act, how you need to behave. And aside of that, he still acts pretty gentle. Actually, he acts pretty gentle towards uh, his supporters, but also the peoples that he work with. Somehow things went left with Drake, and I feel like it's just when you get poked, like multiple times, and then you are tired of it. And now it's Kendrick being like really tired of it, and he's just saying how things are. He's just saying how things, how what he feels like. I mean, he don't like. And it can look like hatred onto his side, but at the same time, you understand when when a person bullies you your entire life, you get you 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 feel that harm can almost like make you into a certain villain, but not necessarily a villain. You are a hero because you're standing up for yourself. The energy of wanting to, fight back is still like villainous, but at least you're coming. At least you're standing up for yourself. At least you're showing that you got hands to fight. To fight back, and that's what it's about. In society, people will always have this harmful energy to kind of tear you apart, to bring you down, and um, but at the same time, in society learns us to, stand up for ourselves, because bullies exist, but that doesn't mean that uh, they have the upper hand of our growth. What we are all focusing on, and this is just uniting peoples together and bringing love to what we do, and our peoples, of course. And what Kanye is doing is just, in the beginning, it felt like it was that, but right now it feels like it's the opposite.
who's monetizing off of, disrespectful, egregious, and mean, hurtful, racist rants. Like, you can't keep.
I think you can be racist too, bro.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter
for
what color
sure.
you are. You can be racist to a community, a group, a religion. It doesn't matter what color, what race, what nationality. People can all people, can have that type of hate and prejudice, which we should be trying to get rid of.
Yes,
Kanye should know, of all people, of all races that have to go through so much to
he's
get
he's
where they
switching.
are.
He's switching a good. Switching a good energy for a bad energy, and that is very.
You would think he'd have the
That's
same
not what that's not what we stand for.
against children now. Children that are starting to
And I
understand
appreciate what you're saying. You say you should post more motivational speech. You could change the world. I thank you for saying that.
without doing
You
nothing.
too, man. You're pretty much a smart fellow. Hey,
And then think no one man should have all that power. What a coincidence of that
What a
being said.
coincidence.
But it's like at the end of the day, think about it. In his mind, I can do all this and still
Become
get
a
richer.
billionaire.
And I got richer from when I had, so I got to turn it up a notch. And guess what happened? People still supporting him. People still buying his clothes. So in his mind, he can do whatever he wants, which is just poisonous.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying that, man.
Yeah,
Hey, but again, I'm willing to hear more of you. I'm willing to hear what you got going on. What for interesting artistic, yeah, you can create.
I hope for the sake of
I'm
everybody
pretty sure
listening,
you are very smart.
I know Bitch Put Up, she's gonna come out with some of the most crazy you've ever seen. Follow me on Twitter or Instagram.
facts. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, bro.
But this,
Find the news.
no, 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 try, no, try, no, try, no, try. You do it, you do it. I'm pretty sure you got it. You understand. You most conversation that I speak to you, you understand fully where I'm coming from. So, and I thank you for uh, for getting my part as well. You know, but
He may be rolling
I'm
somewhere
pretty
else.
sure you are very smart
But
and you can
support
create.
and
You definitely are.
interact
You
with your
definitely are clever.
with your
So
kids. I think his daughter's like in too, right? Or trying to
Yeah, she trying to get
no,
in.
you don't necessarily have to agree with everything that I'm saying, but I think you understand where I'm coming
attach
from.
to you. So now if she ever acts out or just do anything, people are like, oh,
Just like your dad.
just like I did. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that kind of goes down to your lineage.
And
Like,
I
man,
believe your
you know,
sincerity
it's like
on the
almost
topics of
default.
concept that we are most of the time we're talking about, and you
Well, I don't know. We said this too many years about Kanye. Man, hey, I pray for him even more.
thank you,
That's it. That's it, man.
appreciate that, man.
Comments down below. What are your thoughts? We all feel the same way what happened to Kanye after, his mom passing, but, he just has to kind of, learn how to be an example to his children, man. You got a lot of other kids out here being super disrespectful and stuff like that. You don't want to encourage them that.
I, f- I feel like it's even stupid. It's even stupid when 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 a very famous person like Kanye can come up with a link for his clothing or whatever brand he got going on, and he's promoting that towards people. And with everything that he's been saying, it doesn't matter his ethnic group. It doesn't matter whether it's black, white, or whatever. But um, and it's like stupid for people to you with everything that he said or stands for, you still go to promote his site. You're going to even check his sites. Like you're almost hypnotized to you're pulled to watch or to support the stuff that he got going on. And I'm like, no, I do not. I don't know. I cannot do that. Whether it's Kanye, Beyonce, or not. Whether I'm the first person who says it doesn't matter whether what your ethnic group is. I'm nowadays I'm listening to Japanese, artists. Not necessarily because I understand the language. No, I just want to support new vote. I just want to support new voices. I want to hear what people got. How creative people can be, how elevated people can get into their careers with by being creative with their sound or anything with art. If you can draw, if you can, I don't know, if you're smart on creating a certain console or any tools that might help out these disabled people or people's in need, then yeah, I have to support you. I have to be the number one supporter of you. If you can create a, I don't know, if you can create a drink, for example, that people might like and it's healthy for the beneficial of the body, then yes, I have to support you. You say history is hypnotism. Wow, I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. It's basically you're saying history is deception. Am I right? You say history is deception. It's foolery. But yeah, man. I was about to sign off. I was about to put uh, down down down. It's an anime, and then hopefully I get a sleep. I give myself some some couple hours sleep. But I'll definitely, hopefully, I get to speak to you tomorrow if you're active, and and again, I want to listen or take your time with posting it, but I want to listen with what you got. Uh, I mean, what you wrote. But for now, I would say, my guy, um, sleep tight, man. Night night. Hey, you're thank you, man. And you're always welcome. You definitely you are welcome. Considering, no, I like smart peoples, and I feel like nowadays I'm blessed. God blessed me to be able to speak to peoples like you, are very talented and smart individuals. So so thank you, man. Night night, man. I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Nolan.